Muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos de nuevo a nuestra
Good
conferencia anual
afternoon and welcome
Probogotá
again to this
2020.
conference, Probogotá
Después de estas
2020.
importantes
After these
muestras
very
comerciales,
important
iniciamos
commercial
con uno de
sample,
los
we start
segmentos
with one
más
of the most
importantes
important
y es el
segments,
tema de la
which is the
seguridad.
topic of
Desafíos de
security
seguridad para las
security
ciudades
challenges
y
for
cómo
cities and how
enfrentarlos.
to tackle them
Nos
and face them.
acompaña Mark
With
Shaw,
us is Mark Shaw,
director del Global
Director of the
Initiative
Global
Against
Initiative Against
Transnational
Transnational
Organized
Organized
Crime,
Crime.
quien tendrá a
He
cargo
will be
la
opening
apertura de
this
este segmento.
segment.
Mark Shaw trabajó
Mark
durante
Shaw
10
worked
años
for
en la
10
Oficina de las
years
Naciones Unidas contra
at the
la Droga
United
y el Delito.
Nations Office
Tiene un
Against
doctorado
Drug
de
and
la
Crime. He has a
Universidad de
doctorate degree, he has a
Witwatersrand
PhD
de
of the
Johannesburgo y ha publicado
Witwatersrand
distintas
Johannesburg University, and he has
investigaciones sobre
published
temas de
different
reforma del
research
crimen
on
organizado,
the topic of
seguridad y
organized
justicia.
crime and
Doctor Shaw,
security and
muy
justice.
buenas
Dr.
tardes.
Shaw, good
Un
afternoon.
placer saludarlo y
It's a
tenerlo
pleasure
aquí. Un
welcoming
saludo
you.
desde Colombia.
Be very welcomely greeted from Colombia. The floor is yours, sir.
I don't think I have any sound, sorry.
Bueno, vamos a revisar la parte
Well,
técnica
let
del
us
sonido.
check the
Y ya
technical
tenemos
part of the
comunicación
sound
con
to
nuestro
see if you
conferencista
can
Mark
hear us.
Shaw. Sí,
Yes,
lo
sir, we
escuchamos.
can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I begin?
Welcome, sir. The floor is yours. She already introduced you, sir.
Adelante, señor.
Thank you very
Shaw.
much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to take part in the Pro-Bogota Annual Summit. And I regret that I can't be there in person. And as always with virtual meetings, there's a few technical issues to correct, but I'm pleasure to be part of your discussions. And our world is more open and interconnected than ever before, as all of you are aware. And that has created great opportunities for the flow of trade, travel, and information, in other words, globalization. But it has also made us more vulnerable to the spread of new things, of bad things, pandemics, organized crime, neither of which are new per se, but these threats in an interconnected world have become much more difficult to manage, and the impact's much more widespread. And such transnational threats, often coming from far away, are having a devastating impact close to home, affecting the health, security, and economics of our communities. And I want to talk today about three things. Firstly, the main challenges of organized crime to urban security. Secondly, the impact of COVID-19 as we see it on the security of cities. And I will conclude then with some thoughts on how policing and community resilience in an urban space can respond to these challenges. Let me begin by emphasizing that more than half the world's population now lives in cities. And by 2050, which is an astonishing figure, it is estimated that 2/3 of all people living on our planet will reside in urban environments. And most of those people will reside not in large cities, but indeed in medium-sized cities, which may lack the capacity for effective governance. And that means that urban security will be a growing challenge in the future. And sustainable development for all of us will only work if we get it right in cities. And as you are only too aware, cities are ecosystems. People, goods, and money flow in and out of them, and different sectors of the economy interact, as do people from different social and ethnic backgrounds. And that makes cities generators of growth and other benefits for the public. But stability in cities is maintained by a social contract. Citizens should pay taxes and be loyal to the state, while the state provides security services and public services. However, in many cities, urbanization has occurred so quickly or in unmanaged, or in processes that are unmanaged, that in some neighborhoods, most of the population live in a gray zone with no property rights, no voting rights, public services, or security. And the results in marginalized neighborhoods characterized by high levels of poverty, homicides, and crime. And you can, of course, think of the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, the slums of Karachi, Nairobi, Abuja, or my own city, Cape Town, the Cape Flats, the broad urban areas that surround the city. And these neighborhoods are neither fragile nor ungoverned, but they are often relatively dangerous, with homicide rates from 30 per 100,000 to up to 100 per 100,000. And in many of these areas, criminal groups exert quite strong forms of control, and they have a robust presence. And organized crime affects cities, and I don't need to tell Colombians this, but in four ways. Gun-related violence. Secondly, drug markets. Thirdly, the control of territory and extortion or protection payments. And finally, the flows and investment of criminal money. Now, I will not dwell long on each of these, but suffice to say that guns fuel violence and homicides, and in some cities more people are killed in crime-related violence than in war zones. And violence breeds violence, and its violence is often highly concentrated in parts of the city. Secondly, drugs create a major source of wealth for criminal groups, but also bring serious health problems, particularly to people on the margins of society. And this deepens spirals of poverty, exclusion, instability, and further increased vulnerability. Control of territory, an issue around which the global initiative, the organization for which I work, is doing a range of projects around the world, manifest themselves with criminal groups providing protection or rivalry between each other in the absence of the state. And in such situations, groups use violence or the threat thereof to obtain tribute or to extort payment. And violence becomes a reality in itself. There is a market for violence, and it is either applied or withheld. And violence is priced into the cost of doing criminal business, and is a key lever, often separating the middle class from the poor, something that drives fear in the context of many cities around the world. And pools of violence are left to fester in part of the city, and they are only attacked when they overlap outside of particular territorial boundaries. This is not a business model for sustainable development. That leads me to my fourth point, criminal money. Money earned by criminal groups, rackets, like extortion, that revenue from illicit activities is used to buy guns and drugs, and perhaps what is most dangerous is how the profits of crime are corrupting political and legal systems in many cities around the world, buying impunity and influence, which creates an umbrella of protection for major criminals. And this further breaks down the trust of people in their governments and in criminal justice systems. I think one final point to make on the analysis of urban crime markets is that they do not occur in a vacuum. And it's important to look at the position of cities in the value chain between supply and demand. Are cities self-contained markets, or are they affected by illicit flows into or out of the city? Are they located along key trafficking corridors? And I know that there are lessons to be in Colombia's own experience of dealing with the links between rural areas of supply and urban drug markets. When we sketch the security challenges facing cities across the world as urbanization continues, among its side effects, of course, COVID-19, the pandemic, has exposed and exacerbated a number of trends that were already evolving, some of which I've highlighted. And these were often occurring slowly in some places and below the surface: inequality, corruption, illiberal governance, and the plundering of the planet. And it has exposed also the social antibodies. And some of our most vulnerable communities have been the hardest hit by the pandemic. Some of the healthcare systems least able to cope were those that suffered from chronic underfunding due to corruption and indeed the penetration of organized crime. And where the state is weak or absent, could have stepped into the vacuum, enforcing lockdowns and providing welfare and basic services. And others are using the crisis to buy up businesses that are going under or going bankrupt, to distribute cash in order to strengthen patronage networks and to corner the market for medical supplies and to take advantage of the demand for illicit goods and services. And as people have shifted their activities online, as I think you're only all too aware, cybercrime is on the rise, and the figures are quite astonishing in terms of its growth. So criminal groups are now positioning themselves to exploit a post-COVID hardship in many communities. And we can anticipate a boom in counterfeit medicines when remedial drugs like the vaccine, for example, becomes available. And the inability of some local and national governments to cope with the crisis has further undermined the trust and confidence of the public in state institutions. And there's a resentment in some places of lockdowns and those who enforce them, like the police or the military. And that has led to calls for police reform, accurate calls in some cases, and indeed reflecting the defunding the police debate elsewhere in the world that has been very prominent in the United States. But I don't want to spend all of my time talking only about security challenges. I want to at least turn now to providing some food for thought about more effective responses to building safer cities. And I make these observations, if you like, from the vantage point of being the director of an organization, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, which is dedicated to bettering the response to illicit markets globally. And this network, which was established in 2013, now has some 7 analysts working in a series of regional observatories around the world, covering a vast array of thematic and geographic areas. And we are a network-based organization with over 500 members from around the world who have an interest and an expertise in understanding and responding to the issue of organized crime and indeed the challenge of urban security. And drawing on our work that looks at global crime trends and markets and criminal governance, as well as crime in cities, allow me to make just a few suggestions on how we can more effectively respond to organized crime and urban challenges. And broadly, I want to summarize the responses in 3 categories. The first is strategy. The second is policing or law enforcement. And the third is building resilience. Firstly, on strategy, it addresses the issue of organized crime in cities cannot be shown for initiatives. And to be successful, it has to be tackled through an inclusive and long-term strategy that has buy-in from all concerned and that is driven by political will. And I think, as you are only too aware yourselves, too often urban issues involve so many different actors at so many different levels that there are often too many cooks, if you like, in the kitchen, but no recipe for success. And this creates arguments over jurisdiction, silos of responsibility, or things falling through the cracks. And other times there are temporary solutions or one-off projects, but these have little long-term impact. A strategy that everyone can be part of, that is properly resourced, and has a much greater chance over the longer term of achieving success. My own experience in many countries, including my own working within the government, is that jurisdictional problems within different law enforcement agencies are often a key problem. So competition between local, provincial, or national police, the failure to share information. And this is just part of a broader challenge of coordination and cooperation. So it's essential that a strategy that is focused on achieving urban security as a multi-sectoral approach. And I think it's worth saying that there's no silver bullet, no single solution to reducing organized crime or urban security or insecurity in cities. Law enforcement is crucial, but is insufficient on its own. Health, housing, education, and urban renewal all need to be part of the plan. And furthermore, analysis and remedies should involve all relevant stakeholders, including representatives of the community, different levels of government. The private sector is an absolutely key actor, and relevant ministries of government. And I emphasize again, there must be high-level political leadership, because without that, the strategy drifts or simply remains a piece of paper on a shelf. One dilemma that I want to highlight, and indeed that I have encountered in my own personal experience working on global initiative programs in many parts of the world, is how to leverage resources from outside the community, whether they be political resources, political will, financial resources, or police reinforcements in a way that is accepted by the intended beneficiaries. And two lessons I think we have learned in many parts of the world is the importance of transparency and accountability. And by transparency, I mean effectively explaining what steps will be taken and why. And in terms of accountability, the key is to bind external actors to oversight mechanisms and strategic objectives that are considered legitimate by the community. Otherwise, there is a risk that they will be rejected or that they will exacerbate tensions and deepen divisions. Let me turn to the third area, that of law enforcement or policing. To the second area, sorry, that of law enforcement or policing. And some of the starkest images seen during the past few months have been of heavily armed police and soldiers enforcing curfews or breaking up protests. This is symptomatic, I think, of a trend of militarization of the police over the past 20 years, particularly in relation to counterterrorism and the war on drugs, not least in Latin America. And there's little evidence to support the success of expensive and robust approaches on their own. And indeed, in many places, you can argue they have been counterproductive. In many parts of the world, I think jails and cemeteries are full of the foot soldiers of crime, and not while the bosses flaunt their wealth and impunity in plain sight. And so the challenge for us is, how do we undermine the recruitment base of organized crime while going after those that control criminal networks? And obviously the state needs to enforce the law in a lawful way. And the crux of the matter is to bring the state back into neighborhoods that are in the grip of criminal governance. But this should not be done in a way that enhances governance. It should be done in a way that enhances governance and not just control. And to emphasize, city streets are not war zones that need to be dominated, but they are public spaces that need to be made safe. Emergency powers, surveillance technology, use of force should be owned proportionally and within the rule of law. And they should be accompanied by public goods, like the improvement of public services, public spaces, and consultative governance. In my view, too, and community policing, although much spoken about in years past, still remains a key concept and a glue to hold things together at the front end of community interaction with the state. It can strengthen trust between people and the police. It can build community support, and it can derive groups or criminal groups of their legitimacy. And too often, including in my own country, community policing is secondary and not the route to promotion, not the place for the best and the brightest officers, and often change the incentives to be able to achieve that. At the same time, and to emphasize, the full force of the law should be directed against the gang leaders, the kings, and their protectors in order to stop the terror that occurs in many communities and to break the culture of impunity. And where necessary, special investigative units should be created to deal with serious organized crime. And they, together with prosecutors and anti-corruption officials, should be given the independence and the resources that they need to do their jobs within the framework of the rule of law. And in Colombia, of course, you have extensive experience of these approaches. My third area, before drawing to us, is that of resilience and looking at strengthening local resilience. And more investment needs to go into building safer and more sustainable communities by investing in schools, in healthcare, infrastructure, training, and innovation labs and public spaces. And discussions, including about budgets, should involve a cross-section of people from affected communities. And to emphasize, such discussions are not without their difficulties, only to emphasize that they are necessary for effective urban governance. After all, local people have the biggest stake in the stability and the prosperity of where they live. And at the Global Initiative, we fund many local projects across the world through a resilience fund, which is funded by the government of Norway very generously. And we see tangible results, but they are often based on extensive consultations with local people. Most of the victims and perpetrators of crime and violence in inner cities and urban areas are young men. They need to be a special focus from our side on youth. And the challenge is to get young men off the escalator of crime early enough so there's a chance to pull them into the legitimate economy. And that involves empowerment, counseling, job training, education, mentoring, and of course, the powerful binding force of sport. Activity keeps young men away from the hands of gangs, in our experience. And another key element is violence reduction strategies. And like a pandemic, we need to stop the contagion of violence that I pointed at very high levels in many cities around the world. And this involves both intelligence-led and community policing, working with local influencers, the effective use of technology, and in deploying interpreters interrupters who are respecting community. I've long made the argument in my own country that a key performance indicator for local police, for the commander of local areas, is to problem solve to reduce homicide levels. That should be the main indicator of success and promotion. A final aspect of resilience is to reduce harm to the most vulnerable. And in addition to youth, more emphasis needs to be placed on preventing and addressing gender-based violence, as well as taking a health-centered approach to reducing harm to drug users by keeping them out of the criminal justice system. Reducing drug use and bringing drug users into the health system, into a system of regulation and control, reduces the profits and influence of organized crime. And we need to think more creatively how we can do this as a cooperative process between law enforcement and municipal authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, in conclusion, let me say that while the situation, including in many inner cities, looks bleak at the moment, I would argue that this crisis that we are experiencing is an opportunity to change policies that were not working and to come up with new approaches to enhance security. And your response to my presentation could well be, and rightly so, particularly in Colombia, that you have heard all of these points before. But my experience, at least in multiple places, including in my own country, is that we often talk a lot about the challenges, coordination, for example, building a political will, but we don't do enough to achieve them. So I cannot in all good conscience tell you that there are easy solutions, as I think you already know too well. At heart, we must focus on two levels: targeting the tops of criminal organizations and gangs, while reducing the space for their operation amongst communities on the ground. Thank you very much for your attention. I feel privileged to address you today, and I hope that I provided you some food for thought and debate. Thank you very much.
A trabajar con el corazón.
Por mi cabeza pasaron muchas
Colombians
cosas,
inspire us to
incluso
work with the
cerrar
heart.
algunas
Through my
tiendas.
head, many things
Pero
went
por
by.
mi
I even
familia
thought about
seguí
closing
adelante.
down shops,
Ellos
but
son
for
mi
my family, I
motivación.
kept on going.
Encontré nuevas
They're my
ideas y con mis
motivation. I
empleados
found new
pues nos
ideas, and with my
reinventamos.
employees, we
Porque ser
reinvented ourselves.
reinventista es tener las
Because
ganas de luchar por
reinventing
los
yourself
sueños.
is
Y por mi país.
fighting for your
Ahora
dreams
estoy
and for your
motivado
country.
y mi
That's
equipo
why I'm
capacitado
motivated, and
para
my
hacer crecer
team
mi
is
empresa.
trying
Estoy aportando
to
para que
grow
la
my
economía y la
company.
esperanza
I
se
am
recuperen.
contributing
Porque
for
nuestro país
hope to
aún
grow
nos
back, because
necesita
our
a
country
todos.
still needs us all.
La vida de las personas
Life
se
of
construye con
people
experiencias,
is built based on
con
experience,
conocimiento,
with knowledge,
con información,
with information,
con trabajo,
work,
con diversión, pero
fun,
también con esos
but
encuentros
also
que nos llenan
with
el
those
alma de
gatherings
esperanza.
that fill
Y
our
aunque
soul
parece
with hope.
imposible, el
And
mundo
although
nos
it
invita a
seems
ver las
impossible,
cosas
the
de una
world
manera
invites us to see
diferente.
things in a different
Ya
way.
no tenemos que estar
We no
sentados
longer
uno al lado
need
del
to be
otro para
sitting one
sentirnos
next to the
juntos.
other to feel
Podemos
together.
explorar
We
cientos de
can
mundos
explore
sin salir de casa.
the hundreds of
Tenemos
worlds
todo el
without leaving
conocimiento
home.
al
We have
alcance
all
de
the
nuestra
knowledge
mano.
at the reach of our
Y
hand.
podemos seguir revolucionando
we
el
can
mundo desde
continue
nuestro hogar.
changing the
ETV quiere
world
cambiar
from
la
our home
experiencia de
without
todos los que vivimos en
changing the
Bogotá.
experience
Por eso ahora,
of those who live in
ETV es
Bogotá. That's why
experiencias por
ETV
toda
is
Bogotá. Experiencias en
throughout
velocidad
the city.
donde estés.
Experiences in speed wherever you are. So this was an advertisement, sir.
Damos paso ahora a nuestro panel de expertos
Well, we'll
moderado
start
por
with
Jairo
our
Libreros,
panel of
editor de
experts
seguridad y
moderated by
convivencia
panel
del
leaders
canal
of the
RCN. Abrimos este
we
panel
will
con
open
el
this
siguiente
panel with the
video en donde
following
veremos
video
los
where we will
desafíos que
see the
enfrentamos
challenges
en
that we
materia de
face
seguridad.
as regards security.
La seguridad y la confianza en la
Security
ciudad
and
son
trust in
elementos
the city
fundamentales
are
para su
fundamental
desarrollo y el
for its
mejoramiento del
development
bienestar
and to
de los
improve the
ciudadanos. En la
well-being of
última
the
década,
citizens.
Bogotá
In the
llevó su
last
tasa de
decade,
homicidios de 21
Bogotá
homicidios por 100.000
with
habitantes
21
a 12,
homicides
un
for
logro muy
100,000
importante.
to
No obstante,
12.
la tarea no se ha terminado.
But
Para
the task has
2030, la
not
ciudad
been, it's
debería
not
tener
over.
una tasa de
The
6
city
homicidios
should
por 100.000
have a
habitantes.
homicide rate
Alcanzar
of
esto
6
requiere muchos esfuerzos y una
homicides per
coordinación
100,000,
importantísima
we
de
need
la
to have
cadena
an
de valor de la
important
seguridad,
coordination
desde la
on
prevención
security from
hasta la
prevention
resocialización.
to
En ese sentido,
resocialization.
Probogotá
So
está
in that
observando
sense,
cuáles son
Probogotá
las
has been
principales
observing
acciones que debe
what
tomar
are
la
the main
ciudad.
actions
Una
that
de
the
ellas,
city should
fortalecer su
take
pie de fuerza
to
en 8.000
strengthen its
efectivos.
police force.
Adicionalmente,
In addition,
acercar más la
we should
justicia y mejorar los
bring
servicios.
justice and improve
También,
services.
tener programas de
Also to
prevención
have
que
prevention
logren
programs
identificar los factores de
that are
riesgo
able to
de
achieve
jóvenes,
risk
niños y
factors of
adolescentes
children,
en las zonas
adolescents,
barriales de
and
la
young
ciudad.
people
Para esto,
in
también se
neighborhoods
requiere
around the
construir
city.
una
To
visión
that
regional
end,
de seguridad
we
que
need
integre las
to have a
autoridades
regional
y que
vision
permita
that takes
construir
into
una visión
consideration
integral de los retos
authorities
y desafíos
and to have a
que
comprehensive view of the
desde
challenges
Bogotá,
that we
la
have
Dirección de
ahead.
Seguridad
From
Urbana,
Probogotá
trabajamos
Urban
permanentemente en la
Security,
identificación
we
de
work
alternativas y en la
always
promoción del
on
debate
trying
público
to
para
promote
encontrar
public
mejores
debate to
respuestas a
find
estos
best
problemas.
responses to these problems. Good afternoon.
Doy la
I
bienvenida
would like
a
to
un panel
welcome
muy
to
importante
a
cuando
very
pensamos en
important
términos
panel
de
now that
reactivación
we are
económica en una
beginning
ciudad
on
como Bogotá, pero también
economic
como muchas
reactivation in
otras
a city
ciudades
like
en América
Bogota,
Latina.
as well as other
El
cities
panel
in
gira
Latin
en torno
America.
del tema
The
del
panel
desafío
revolves
de la
around the
seguridad o los
challenge of
desafíos que
security,
debe
or the
afrontar la
challenges that
seguridad
the
en estas
city
épocas y de manera
security should
particular
face in
de qué
the,
manera
especially
debemos enfrentarlos.
in
Tengo un
these
panel muy
times of the
importante.
pandemic.
Nos
We
acompañan
have a very
7
important
personas,
panel. We
todas
have
ellas con un
7
gran
people
reconocimiento
there will
nacional e internacional
acknowledge and
en
renowned
diferentes áreas de las políticas
internationally and
públicas.
locally in terms of
Empiezo,
public
sin
policy.
lugar a dudas,
Without
presentando
doubt,
a
I
las
would like to
dos
introduce first of all
damas que nos acompañan.
the
En
two
primer lugar,
ladies that are with
presento a
us.
Natalie
And
Alvarado.
Natalie Alvarado,
es abogada,
she is a lawyer.
tiene una maestría en
She has
Derecho
a master's
Económico, es una mujer que
degree
tiene más de
in
20 años de
the
experiencia
economic law.
en temas de
She has over
seguridad y
20
justicia.
years
Yo
of
he leído
experience
muchas
in
cosas de ella
justice
y actualmente
and
es la directora del
policy,
área
and she's
de
the
seguridad y
director of the
justicia en el
security
Banco Interamericano de
area in the
Desarrollo.
IDB.
Natalie, bienvenida, buenas
Natalie,
tardes.
welcome and good afternoon.
Muy buenas tardes a
Good
todos.
afternoon to all of you.
Quisiera dar un especial agradecimiento a Juan
I would
Carlos
like to
Pinzón y
extend
a César Restrepo por esta
warm
invitación. Me
thankful
siento
to
muy
Juan Carlos Pinzón.
orgullosa de estar con
I
ustedes
feel
acá
proud
como
to be,
bogotana, como
as
colombiana.
a person from Bogota, as a Colombian.
Un saludo
I'm
también
very
especial a
proud to
todos los
be here.
panelistas
A
y
special
un saludo virtual muy
greetings
caluroso a todos
to
los
panel
participantes.
members and
Muchas
to all
gracias.
participants.
Natalie, muchas gracias. Igualmente nos
Natalie, thank you
acompaña la
very
doctora
much.
Cristina
We
Vélez. Es
also,
una mujer muy reconocida por dos
Cristina
trabajos
Vélez, I
muy
would like to
importantes que
introduce Cristina
adelantó
Vélez with two
hace
work.
ya
She's
muy pocos años, entre el
renowned. She
2016 y el
worked in
2019.
2016
Fue
and
en Bogotá
2019.
nuestra
In
secretaria de
Bogota,
la
she
mujer,
was
pero
the
también fue nuestra
secretary for women,
secretaria de integración
but
social.
also in
Hoy
social
día, la
integration.
doctora Cristina
Today,
es la
Dr. Cristina,
vicepresidente de
she's the vice
articulación público y
president
privada
for
de la Cámara de Comercio de Bogotá.
public,
Doctora Cristina, bienvenida, buenas tardes.
articulation of the Bogota Chamber of Commerce. Miss
Buenas
Cristina,
tardes,
good
Jairo.
afternoon, good
Muchas
afternoon,
gracias
Jairo.
a Probogotá, a
Thank
Juan
you
Carlos
to
Pinzón, a María Carolina Castillo, todos por la
to María
invitación.
Carolina Castillo,
Y estamos muy
Pinzón,
contentos
Juan Carlos Pinzón.
de
We're very
estar en este
happy
panel y
to
de poder
be
hablar
here
desde la perspectiva de los
and to be
empresarios,
able
cómo
to
estamos
talk from the
viendo
perspective of
el tema de seguridad como un
businessmen
factor
and
de
to
competitividad para
share
la ciudad.
our views in
Muchas
terms
gracias,
of
Cristina.
what
Y
we
tengo
see.
el gusto de
And
presentar
I
a
also
4
have the
viejos amigos
pleasure
míos,
to
personas con
introduce
quienes
4
he
friends of
compartido
mine,
escenarios
people with
académicos y
whom I've
profesionales en
shared
diversos
academic
eventos y en momentos diferentes de la vida.
scenarios and
Empiezo con el
different
doctor Hugo Acero, un sociólogo de la Universidad Nacional,
different
amigo
times
mío
in
de
my
vieja
life.
data,
Hugo Acero,
quizás el primer referente que
sociologist,
yo
I
tengo
think
en mi
he's the
memoria,
first
siendo muy
reference that I
cercanos
have.
en edad con el
We're
Hugo
very
Acero,
close with
como
Hugo Acero.
referente en materia de seguridad y
He
políticas
is an
públicas
expert
que
in
tuvo en
public
Colombia, su
policy and
trabajo
security. I know
como
about his
subsecretario
work
de Convivencia y
as a
Seguridad Ciudadana
subsecretary
durante
of
muchos años en las
coexistence
administraciones
for many
many years in Mocus and Peñalosa administration. I think they were a tipping point
seguridad,
He's
justicia,
an
convivencia y
expert in
manejo de
justice,
crisis, y
coexistence,
actualmente es el secretario de
crime,
Convivencia,
and
Seguridad
he's
y
the
Justicia
Secretary
de
of
la Alcaldía de
Justice
Bogotá. Doctor
and
Acero, muy buenas
Security
tardes,
for
bienvenido.
the city of Bogota. Welcome.
Jairo, buenas tardes. A
Jairo, good
Bogotá, gracias por la
afternoon. Thank you,
invitación y a los
Probogotá, for
amigos
your
y amigas
invitation,
que
and
me
to all
acompañan en
my
este panel.
friends in this panel. Welcome and my
Muchas gracias,
greetings
doctor
to
Acero.
you.
Arreglo
Mr.
seguido,
Acero, thank you.
presento al general
I would
Oscar
like to
Gómez,
introduce
abogado,
Oscar
especialista en Derecho
Atatua-
Constitucional, en
Oscar
Derecho
Gómez. He is an
Administrativo,
expert
en
in
docencia universitaria,
as a
es
professor.
profesional en
He's a
administración
professional
policial.
in police
El general
administration.
Gómez en estos momentos es
General
el comandante
Gómez,
de la
he's
Policía
the
Metropolitana de Bogotá.
director of the
General, muy
police
buenas
of
tardes.
Bogota. General, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes
Good afternoon
a todos ustedes,
to all of you.
al doctor Juan Carlos Pinzón por la
Mr.
invitación,
Juan Carlos
a
Pinzón,
Probogotá.
for your
Un saludo muy especial
invitation.
también a todos los
I would
panelistas.
also greet
General, muchas
all
gracias.
panel members.
Ahora presentamos al
Now
doctor
I
Andrés
would like to
Villamizar,
introduce Andrés
también amigo de
Villamizar,
muchos años atrás.
also a long
Tuve
time
una
friend.
relación
We
especial con su
had,
señor padre, Andrés lo sabe muy
I
bien.
knew his
Doctor
father
Villamizar
very
es
well,
economista
Mr.
de la
Villamizar.
Universidad de los
He's an
Andes, tiene una
economist,
especialización en gobierno, gerencia y
economist
asuntos
from
públicos
University
de la
of Los
Universidad
Andes,
Externado de Colombia, una
and
maestría en
also
estudios de
master's
seguridad
degree
en Georgetown,
in security
adelantó
from
estudios de doctorado
Georgetown.
también en la
He
Grant
did some
Corporation.
PhD in the Grant
Ha
Corporation,
ocupado cargos muy
PhD
importantes,
studies.
¿no?
He
Por
has,
mencionar uno que creo
just
que
to mention
vale la pena y
some
lo
of
vamos a
his
explotar muchas experiencias.
positions, and
Fue
we're
el
going to
secretario de
explore your
Seguridad y Justicia y
experience. He was the
Convivencia de la
Secretary
ciudad
of
de Cali.
Coexistence and
Doctor Villamizar, buenas tardes.
Policies
Muy buenas
in the
tardes,
city
Jairo.
of
Muchas
Cali.
gracias
Good
por la
afternoon.
invitación. Un
Thank you
saludo
very
especial
much
al
for
doctor
your
Juan Carlos
invitation.
Pinzón y a
My
Probogotá, al
greetings to
equipo de
Juan Carlos
Probogotá, al doctor
Pinzón,
César
the
Restrepo.
team
Un honor
of
compartir
Probogotá,
panel
and it is
con
an
dos
honor
mujeres
for
tan
me
importantes y tan
to
destacadas
share this
como
panel with
Natalie y
two
como
women
Cristina.
such as
Un
Natalie
honor
and
también estar
Cristina.
con Hugo Acero, que
It
también
is
es
also a
amigo de
pleasure
muchos
to
años.
be with
Y
Hugo
con el señor
Acero
general Gómez, un honor y un
and
placer
with General
compartir panel.
Gómez. It's a
Muchas gracias, doctor
pleasure to
Villamizar. Y
share
dejo por
with you.
último, quizás a
And
quien ha sido más
lastly,
amigo.
to
Hablo del doctor César
I
Restrepo.
would
Nos
like to
conocemos
talk about
hace
César
20
Restrepo.
años, tal vez
I've
mucho
known
más,
him for
César.
over
Yo
20 years.
recuerdo a manera de
I
anécdota
remember as an
el primer
anecdote
curso que
that the
dicté en el año
first time I
97,
was
me corriges
in
tú, tú eras un
1997,
niño y
I
yo
think you
también
were
era
a
un
child,
joven,
and I was
aunque
also
mayor que
quite
vos.
young, although
Me
I'm a
tocó
bit older
un
than
curso
you.
con César,
We
que se llamaba Política Pública
had
de
a,
Seguridad.
a class
Desde
with
aquellos
César
años somos grandes
on
amigos. César
public
es
policy.
profesional en gobierno y
César is a
relaciones
professional
internacionales
in
de la Universidad
governance and
Externado de Colombia,
international
más de 20 años de experiencia
relations,
en
over
temas de
20 years
seguridad
of
y defensa
experience in
nacional.
terms of
Hoy
national
día es el
defense and
director
security.
del área de
Today is the
seguridad
director
urbana de
of
Probogotá.
urban
César, buenas
area
tardes.
of Probogotá. César, good afternoon.
Jairo, buenas tardes
Thank
a
you,
todos.
Jairo. Thank
Un
you.
agradecimiento
Welcome to all of you.
para todas las personas que
Thank
están
you to
participando de este
everyone who
panel.
have participated
Un tema
in
que
this
es muy
panel.
importante para
This is an
Probogotá,
important subject
el
for
cual,
Probogotá,
en nuestra organización
and in
representa
our
uno de los elementos
organization,
fundamentales para
it's a
mejorar la
vital
competitividad
topic
y la
to
calidad de vida de los
improve
ciudadanos.
the quality of
El
life of
doctor Duncan
citizens
también está ahí
and
en la-
also
Como el doctor
competitive.
Duncan, estaba
methods.
revisando eso.
Dr. Duncan, I think
Gustavo
he's
Duncan, buen amigo mío, está en
Duncan, also a
Medellín.
good friend of mine. He's in the city
Gustavo
of
yo creo que
Medellín.
es uno de los autores
Gustavo, I think, is one
de
of
los
the
análisis más importantes que
authors
se han
of
realizado
the
sobre
main
temas de
analysis
seguridad y
that we've
defensa, de la
conducted in
relación
terms
con
of
el crimen
defense
organizado
and
en
relationship
Medellín.
with organized
Duncan
crime
estudió
in Medellín.
literatura, es
Duncan studied
reconocido como un
literature.
experto muy
He
importante en
is
estos
acknowledged
temas,
as an
profesor
expert in
de
this topic.
gobierno en la Universidad FIT de Medellín, aunque yo también
Professor
sé
in the
que
University of
realmente Gustavo
FIT.
Duncan es experto
But I know that
es
Gustavo
en temas de
Duncan,
ciclismo
he's really
y en
an
destilados
expert
amargados y estoy seguro que me va a dar la
in
razón.
bicycling
Gustavo, buenas
and
tardes.
distilled.
Hola
Good
Jairo, muy
afternoon.
buenas tardes
Good
y muchas
afternoon,
gracias por esta
Jairo.
invitación. Un saludo
Thank you for your
a Juan
invitation.
Carlos Pinzón, Andrés, a
And my
César
greetings
y
to Juan
a
Carlos
todos.
Pizón, to César, to
Gustavo,
Hugo,
muchas
to
gracias
everyone.
y entremos en materia. El
So
tiempo
let us
muchas veces
sometimes
nos impide tener la oportunidad de
time
discutir
hinders
tantos temas
hinders
que son
us
del
from
interés, especialmente
really
cuando
discussing
hablamos de retos
topics
educativos,
when
de
we're
la
talking
seguridad,
about
de algo que es esencial en materia de
the
política
challenges in
pública,
terms of
cómo nos vamos a
security and
enfrentar.
public
Le voy a
policy,
dar la palabra
how we're
al
going to
doctor Hugo
face them.
Acero con una
I would
pregunta
like to pass the
que
floor
creo
to
que
Mr.
vale la
Hugo
pena que
Acero,
tengamos la
and with a
oportunidad de discutir
question,
entre
and I
todos.
think it's an important
Doctor Acero, ¿cuál ha
opportunity
sido
to
el
discuss
efecto
among
de
us.
la pandemia en
Hugo
materia
Acero,
de
what
seguridad
has
en
been
nuestras
the
ciudades,
effect in
en Bogotá, en
terms of
Colombia, en América
security in
Latina,
our
desde su
cities in
despacho como
Bogota,
secretario de
in,
seguridad?
in
¿Cuál ha sido
other
el efecto de
cities
la
in Latin
pandemia en materia de
America,
seguridad?
from your office? What has been the effect
Bueno,
of the
gracias
pandemic? like. Thank you, Jairo. First of all, I would like to refer to the type of work that we have shared with Mr.
General Gomez. And I also do this, that the pandemic isn't over yet. And of course, any of the elements that I will talk about, we need to take that into consideration, not only to face this phenomenon of the pandemic, that we are facing it without any experience, prior experience, because new elements arose. The first element that we see in the midst of the pandemic, which generates an additional risk of what we have to, it's fear. This fear of being victim and fear of contamination, of becoming a victim, and that also has an effect on behavior that leads to violence in some cases, to xenophobic aspects or discrimination over some population. Especially we saw cases towards health officials, and that isn't over yet. So I was fearful at the beginning about finger pointing, especially in vulnerable population, especially street dwellers who did not want, during the first period of the pandemic, they didn't want to go to a special housing, and so the street dwellers wanted to stay in the streets. So a series of issues have to do with the security services and justice services. The first issue has to do with the police, and the general is quite aware of that. This is an institution next to others that needs to ensure safety, and in the midst of the pandemic, they are not only in charge of security, but in addition, as a body, as an institution, they must ensure safety in terms of the pandemic. So that led the police only in Bogota to exercise 20% of their professionals to isolation. So there were people that were ill. We have the general who was also ill. And unfortunately, some police members died as a result of the pandemic. But when we compare this to New York and to other cities, we received an excellent treatment from the Metropolitan Police and from the Colombian Police of how they rendered the security and also the sanitary and caring services. That from a standpoint of the police. But it wasn't only about security, is how to ensure food, how to ensure isolation, the epidemiology studies that we did. And in addition to that security, we had to render services of control services to those epidemiology circles, and sometimes the army, the civil defense, the Red Cross, and the police help us to give out elements, safety elements in some territories. So we had the pandemic, and we had the security. We had less police members, and also we had to care for our police force. And also, how did we render justice services? The prosecutor's office was reduced, also the judges, but we had a huge challenge with 3 national jail services and 1 district jail. So it was a risk to reduce visits, and our jails are cramped. So one day after beginning the isolation, the mandatory isolation, we had a problem in the Modelo jail, but we had 23 people that died, and we had some turmoil in some of the jails, not only in jails, but also in stations, in police stations. We've shared many nights with the general trying to service this topic and trying, I think there's this justice and police force trying to service and doing other things, trying to ensure the development of all those services that are provided by the city. All the drugs will continue to be distributed, not at the same quantity, but at house level. They were ordered through the internet, home delivery, and that's also a risk. Because a lot of through internet people were robbed, theft that happened through the internet. So if we analyze the theft to bicycles, That was during the
Por
pandemic.
varias cosas. Uno, porque las
Due
calles
to many
estaban solas.
reasons. First of all, the
Porque la
streets were
policía también se
empty.
dedicó a
The
otras
police
cosas
was
que
also
tocó
dedicated to
efectivamente
other
hacerlo,
activities
sobre
that they
todo para
had
garantizar todos los temas.
to ensure
Teníamos menos
all the
policías,
topics that I've
el
talked about.
20% menos de
We had
policías. Y si se
20%
quiere, desde
less
el punto de vista
police,
de mercado
and
criminal, los
from a
delincuentes en la
criminal
calle,
market,
pues
we
no
had the
encontraban la
criminals on the
posibilidad de robar
streets,
muchos
and they
celulares en
couldn't
Transmilenio, en
find
otros lados, que lo que
ways
encontraban
to
en la calle era
rob people.
bicicletas.
The only thing they could
De
find on
alguna
the
manera
streets were
estaba ahí,
bicycles.
poco reflejado
Bicycles
en
were
lo que ha
always
venido
there, and a bit
sucediendo con este
reflected
tipo
on what we've seen.
de hechos. Pero no era solamente eso. ¿Sí?
Mr. Acero, I'm going to I would like to ask you something. What you've said, it's quite valuable, and I like to link what you've said to the vision of other panel members. So let me interrupt you here. I would just like to say, rapidly state the series of plans that we had to prepare and execute, and they are being maintained because the pandemic is not over yet. We had safety meetings for health, not only for health establishment, but personal health personnel. And security program, we worked with Cundinamarca and the municipalities around the city of Bogotá. We had a special program for street dwellers, for recyclers, for different sexual services. The plan to provide food, how to ensure the city to be supplied. We also seeing experiences from Guayaquil, from New York. We had to prepare ourselves on how to not finding dead people on the streets, especially cities that had so many corpses around, but we were able to enter into agreement with cemeteries, and because we had problems also with some looting. We did have some, but we needed to sort of link all these areas and try to deal with all of them. Thank you, Mr. Acero. I would like to provide a different view. I would like to go now to the United States. Natalie, what has been the effect of the pandemic in terms of urban security in the main cities? How do you see this from the IDB perspective? Thank you. I do believe that this regional vision is quite similar to what Mr. Acero has just mentioned. The crisis is not over yet. There's new responsibility on all government institutions, even to the criminal justice services. I would like to focus in two activities, mainly at regional level, that have given signs of alerts. Although we don't see a lot of actions from governments. First of all, with respect to the dynamics of crime, we know that phenomenon changes from country and region to region, even within the same country and by type of activity. However, we can assert that generally in the initial stage of the pandemic, there was a fall in a lot of the crime, theft, robberies. But that was something that was sporadic because we see returning of those rates. The pandemic also generated increases in other types of crime. We followed closely from the IDV, and they relate to domestic violence, economic instability, change in family dynamics. The stress of the pandemic is generating violence within families, and we hadn't seen those before. There are also changes and more evident, and Mark Shaw was talking about that. What the pandemic has caused is being used and taken advantage of by criminal group and criminal activists. activities. Some countries have shown that marginated areas or deprived areas, a lot of criminal groups have taken advantage of these areas to exercise and exert their authority. In some cases, this situation was reverted, and that could be an excellent experience. We see also that criminal groups are trying to tackle this vulnerable population. And lastly, there has been an increase, an exponential increase in everything that has to be related to the cybercrime. Another thing that the pandemic brought with it impact on the police force, as the secretary was saying. There were significant changes in the activity of the police. They were the first responders, sometimes becoming even the institution that had greater interaction with citizens. So that exerted more pressure on institutions, affecting the effectiveness of police in some cities. Even the police force, for example, they had to change. They reduced the capture, apprehension. They even abandoned some community actions that they were conducting because they had to service the pandemic. So what I would like to say, that faced with this complex scenario that we are facing, with so much pressure and the social perspective, unemployment, attrition, exposure to violence, and social unrest. This is a situation that is going to affect security in the future at every country level.
Natalie, muchas gracias. Muy
Natalie,
interesante algunos elementos que nos traes a
it is
colación, sobre
important what
todo
you are
hay una
talking to us
preocupación en
about.
América
There is a
Latina
great
y
concern
lo
in Latin
mencionabas
America,
relacionado con
and
la
you were
violencia
mentioning
doméstica, que muy
related to
seguramente
domestic
vamos a tener la
violence,
oportunidad de
and
entrar
we will have
nuevamente
the
sobre ese
opportunity
tema.
to talk
Ahora
about
hagamos un
that
cambio de
subject.
tercio, me quiero ir a
Now,
Medellín.
I would like to go to
Gustavo,
Medellín.
¿cómo
Gustavo,
ves el impacto de la
how do you
pandemia en la
see the
seguridad urbana, en
impact
la seguridad
of the
de una ciudad
pandemic
tan importante como es
for such an
Medellín?
important city as Medellín?
Bueno, en Medellín se ha adoptado una
Well,
reducción de
in
la tasa de
Medellín, we've
homicidios y
seen a
eso
reduction in
ha sido
homicide rates, and that has
bastante
been
impresionante. Ya
quite
venía
telling.
reduciéndose desde mediados del
It
año
was being
anterior,
reduced.
pero en este año
It
la
has been
reducción ha sido
decreasing in the past
todavía
year, but during the
mayor.
pandemic, it decreased even more.
Hay varias razones que
There are many
explican
reasons
en
behind that.
parte porque
Maybe
la oportunidad de cometer
those is
crímenes debido a la
due the
pandemia es
probability,
menor, sobre todo
well,
lo
the
relacionado
possibility of committing a crime
a homicidio.
has been
Pero en
reduced,
general los
especially
estudios que han
related to
mostrado en una
homicide.
ciudad con problemas
But the
ya de crimen
studies have
organizado
shown that in a city
es que
with organized
la
crime,
intervención del crimen organizado
the
en aspectos
intervention of
de
organized
regulación
crime in
a
terms
causa de
of
la pandemia ha sido
regulations with respect to the
relativamente bajo
pandemic, they
en
haven't been
comparación
able
con
to
otras
act
ciudades donde se presentan graves
when
problemas de
compared to
crimen
other
organizado,
cities
como
where
en
they have,
Brasil, donde
like in Brazil, where they have serious problems with
incluso los grupos
organized crime,
armados en las ciudades
armed
han
groups.
impuesto toques de queda
They have
para evitar el
imposed
contagio,
curfews
o donde se
to
han dado
prevent
repartición
the
filantrópica,
spread
como
of
en
the
México, donde
virus.
los carteles reparten despensas,
In
de alimento
Mexico, for
a la
example, the
población.
cartels have
Aquí en Medellín eso no se ha
taken
notado tanto y
have
tampoco se ha visto un
been
incremento
very active.
significativo de la
In
delincuencia y la
Medellin, we don't
criminalidad
see that
como se ha visto
criminal
en
actions
otras
have not
ciudades.
increased, not like
Gustavo,
many
muchas
other
gracias.
cities. Thank you,
Continuamos
Gustavo.
este tema.
Let us
Quiero
continue
darle
with this topic,
la palabra a
and I would
Cristina,
like to pass
sobre
the floor
todo
to
pues, teniendo en
Cristina,
cuenta esa visión
especially taking into
corporativa, o
account her
cómo ven
corporate
las
mission.
empresas el tema de
How
los
do
efectos de la
companies
pandemia
or
en las
private
principales
companies
ciudades
see
del
the
país,
effects of the
especialmente lo que ocurre
pandemic
en Bogotá?
in the main cities, especially what happens in
Bueno,
Bogotá?
Jairo, nosotros desde la Cámara de Comercio
We
llevamos
from the
monitoreando
Chamber
la
of Commerce
percepción
of
de seguridad
Bogota,
desde hace casi
we
20 años
monitor the
y hemos
perception
ido
of
construyendo
security for the past
una
20
batería de
years.
indicadores
And
para
we have
poder
a series of
tener una
indicators
mirada
to be able to
multidimensional,
have
por decirlo
a
de alguna forma,
multidimensional view, if you
de la
will,
seguridad en la ciudad, que incluye
on security,
victimización,
which
incluye
includes
percepción.
perception and reality. So if we bring them to those questions together, we believe that the security perception is a crucial topic with respect to economic reactivation, and it's a focus, and it's important for us. We're in the pandemic, but this is post-pandemic. There are two factors that affect the perception of security. There are less people on the streets, shops are closing earlier, despite of the incentives that we have. There are more empty shops, and they generate this perception of insecurity. And it's like a snowball they create in terms of the perception of businessmen, but it affects the perception of security of citizens. Everything we think about the strategy, we need to take into account those dimensions, the reality and the perception. Taking into account also that where people really feel more insecure in Bogotá, it's on the streets. Right now, we are in the rural areas trying to find a balance on this perception. This 2020 has been an atypical year, of course, but they will provide us a baseline to see what people from Bogotá, what they feel, how the victimization is behaving with respect to the official figures, and also being able to learn also how they perceive authorities, because at the end of the day, this is really what determines what businessmen or businesswomen make decisions, risky decisions in a way, that they need to dare to take action, that they generate more jobs, that they innovate, and at the end, it's a circle that feeds back on itself. Cristina, thank you very much. General Gomez, you were a victim of this COVID-19. We were very concerned about your health, and we're very happy to see you again, and also directing the police, leading the police. How did you see the impact of the pandemic in Bogotá? I would like to tell you that the pandemic had a significant effect in the city and in the country. In the city, we have an increase in unemployment, increase of poverty, which are factors that impact security in a direct manner. We've conducted a study, an analysis before, during, and after the pandemic in terms of the behavior of crime. Before the pandemic, Bogotá, the homicide had reduced, had increased a little bit, but theft had been reduced. In terms of homicide, we had increased in crime, well, considering the 23 deaths that we faced in the jail in Modelo. But during the pandemic, there is a decrease, a significant decrease in crime. Petty crime. Today, in the city of Bogotá, with all the indicators, they're almost in green. The only problem in terms of theft that increases is that theft bicycles, but all the others are going down, have decreased, taking into account also the post-pandemic, or after the restrictions, the pandemic continues. But after the restrictions are over, we will need to analyze, and we found that crimes are still decreasing. Homicide, that throughout the year we've been fighting against. It was very similar to the previous year. Today we see a reduction of 1%, which is still low, but we know that by the end of the year it will have increased that. What happens also with the perception?
Aquí influyen muchísimo los medios de comunicación.
Communication media, they have a role to play, because there are some behaviors that we Colombians are used to. bringing
se
them on
presenta
the news.
el inicio de la pandemia,
At the beginning of the
prácticamente
pandemic,
la noticia era
the
solo
news was always
COVID. Dejamos aproximadamente unos 5 meses
after
sin
5
tener
months,
noticias de
we had no news
de otro índole.
on any other issues. Yeah, it's an international phenomenon, and you're completely
Pero
right.
cuando terminan las restricciones,
But once restrictions are over, of course, they begin to the activity starts again.
Y nuevamente
And then
comienzan a cambiar,
again,
como en los medios de comunicación,
in the
empieza a
communication
cambiar
media,
también
we
la
see
dinámica.
that there's a change in the
Ya
dynamics.
la gente realmente también,
People,
lo digo porque pues yo soy
I can say this
una persona que lo sufrió esta enfermedad.
because I suffer this
Ya
illness and I know
la
what
gente
it's,
de una u otra
and
manera
so
también se
people
cansa de que la noticia todo el
are
tiempo
really
es
fed up
COVID.
about,
Y ahora
talking about
comienza
COVID.
nueva-
So we're beginning sort of a new
una nueva
stage.
etapa y se comienza, se
And
retoma
we
más bien
again begin
las
to
noticias
talk
que normalmente
about the
veíamos
news
antes
that
de la
we
pandemia.
normally saw
Entonces,
before the
nos
pandemic.
acostumbramos que en la pandemia
So
se
we got
bajaron los
used
delitos, y
to
eso es
seeing that
una
crime
realidad.
was reduced as
Y
a
cuando
reality,
empezamos
and
los medios
then
empiezan a mostrar nuevamente la
the
reactivación
communication
de la
media talk
economía, pero
about the
también de la
reactivation of the
delincuencia,
economy, but also of
pues ya la
crime.
gente de una u otra manera ya
Then
dice, "Oiga,
people
pero ¿esto
turn
qué está
around and say,
pasando
well, what's
en
happening?
la ciudad, en el
What's
país?"
happening in the city? What's happening in the
Tenemos
country?
un caso muy
We have
muy reciente,
a very
Transmilenio,
recent case in
Bogotá.
Transmilenio, for example.
Hoy la
Today,
percepción
the perception of
la
Transmilenio,
percepción de seguridad es
the security
inseguridad
perception or
muy alta.
insecurity perception is quite high.
Pero tenemos una reducción
But
del
crime has been
63%
reduced in
en los
63 by
delitos que se cometen en el sistema.
63%.
Pero
In
algunos casos que se
Transmilenio.
han presentado
But
y
there's
que
some
han sido
specific cases
bastante
that have
publicitados,
been
pues
they received a lot of
inmediatamente una reacción
news,
de la comunidad
and
y somos
obviously the
conscientes de eso.
community reacts,
Pero sí,
and we're quite aware
definitivamente
of
el
that.
impacto que deja esta
But the
pandemia
impact of the
de
pandemic
desempleo,
in terms of
de
unemployment,
pobreza,
poverty,
impacta la seguridad.
obviously that
Y ahí
impacts
tenemos nosotros
security, and we
que
need
hace
to
con un
work
trabajo interinstitucional
with
que no es solo de policía,
interinstitutional, not only with the police,
trabajar para
but
recuperar
we need
esta
to work together
percepción
to
y los
recover
indicadores.
and to
General,
change the
muchas gracias. Voy
indicators
con
and
el
to
doctor
improve
Villamizar.
perception.
Andrés,
Let me go to Mr.
¿cómo has visto ese
Villamizar.
impacto de la
Andrés, how do you
pandemia
see that
en temas
impact of
tan
the
importantes
pandemic
como es la seguridad?
in terms of security?
Bueno, yo coincido con buena parte de lo
I
que se ha
agree
dicho, no lo voy a
with
repetir,
what
pero
everyone
quisiera
has
enfatizar
said,
un par de
but I
asuntos
would
que me
like to
parecen relevantes.
emphasize on two issues that
Aquí
I
hay un
believe
problema estructural en
that are
Colombia que
deemed
venía de
important.
antes de la pandemia,
There is
que
a
la
structural
pandemia
problem in
exacerbó,
Colombia,
y
but
es
the
la
pandemic
tendencia que hemos tenido
exacerbated that.
a
That's the trend that we've always
incrementar
had
la
to
carga operacional,
increase
la carga
the
operativa de la policía,
operational
en un contexto en el que
burden
cada
of
vez
the
hay menos
police
policías
in a
activos.
context where we
No
have
sé si
less
los
and
que
less
nos
police
acompañan lo
force.
saben, pero a
I
raíz
don't
de
know
un
if all of you
conocido
know
fallo del
that,
Consejo de Estado se
but
declaró
due to
inexequible un
ruling
decreto
of
que
the
exigía 25 años de
state
servicio para lograr
council,
acceso a la
they
sueldo de
needed
retiro de parte de la policía,
to be
se
able
cae ese decreto
to
y automáticamente
retire the police
número
force.
muy
There's a
importante de
decree that
policías
falls,
tienen
and so
derecho
a lot of
a
police
retiro
are
por
able
20
to
años. Y se ha producido el retiro de,
retire.
creo que
And
si la
so
cifra
I
no estoy
think,
mal, en
if I'm
general, a estas
not,
alturas ya van más
please,
de 13.000
over
personas que han pedido el
13,000
retiro de la policía.
police
Entonces, lejos de estar aumentando
have
el tiempo de la policía,
retired
este
from
ha
the
venido,
police force. So
reduciendo.
we have
Y lo que
less
es más grave,
police
los cuadros más
force,
experimentados, los
and the
policías
more
con mayor experiencia y más
experienced
acervo de capital humano son los que
police
se han venido retirando.
are the ones that
Y
have
la
retired.
reforma del Código de Policía,
And the
en la cual trabajó
reform on
Probogotá de manera muy
the
activa, y
police
yo
code
fui
and
de los que
Probogotá
celebramos que se
agreed,
expidiera el nuevo Código de
worked
Policía,
together with
que tiene
that
cosas
police
muy
code,
positivas,
and it has
ha tenido
positive
un efecto no
aspect.
deseado,
It
y ha
has
sido una
an
carga
undesired
adicional
effect
para los
because
policías
it has been a
en cuanto a
burden
control del
on
uso del
police
suelo
in terms of the
y
control
resolver
of the
hasta
use
los más
of land and to
inhábiles conflictos de
solve
convivencia.
the
Es decir, tenemos una
coexistent
Policía
conflicts.
Nacional que está
We have the
encargada
national police
desde
who is in
combatir el
charge
Plan del Golfo,
from
las disidencias de las FARC,
fighting
y
against
el
the
ELN,
dissidents
hasta
of
resolver el
FARC, the
problema
Plan
de un
del
vecino
Golfo,
con el volumen
and
muy
also
duro durante una
solving
rumba. Súmele a eso,
the
Jairo,
problem of
el tema
volume,
del
of
COVID.
music volume,
Entonces ahora
and
tenemos una
add to that
policía
COVID.
encargada de,
So we have the police force now who's in
supervisar
charge
el uso del
of
tapabocas,
supervising
de
the
hacer
use of the
cercos,
mask
en los barrios
to
para controlar la
control
pandemia. Es decir, una
neighborhoods, to
policía del
control
COVID,
the
una policía
pandemic, a
para
police for
medidas
COVID,
sanitarias.
a police
Y
for
esto ha puesto
sanitary
una carga
measures,
operacional
and
para
that
la
has
policía
brought
realmente
an
preocupante y
operational
realmente
burden
grave.
on the
Y
police.
eso
And if we add, and this is becoming into a complex situation for the police, and so we can see this surge of crime post-pandemic or post-confinement. So the confinement, of course, a lot of homicides and many crimes were reduced. In Cali, we had 2 or 3 months that I was always happy. I was very happy when we were able to come down before 85 homicides per month, and we had months of 40 homicides. But now in Cali, post-COVID or after confinement, were 5 months that homicides have increased. In Bogota, in despite of the decrease that the general mentioned, we're very close to last year's rates. So we need to really open the discussion and in depth on how we're going to increase the police force, how do we strengthen the police, not to weaken the police as many people seem to be interested in doing. We need to strengthen our police force, and also we need to have an in-depth how local authorities can take on that operating burden with civil population. Our police has to focus on the fight against crime. This is something the police can only do, and these coexistence tasks, maybe civil people from the mayor's office, they could carry out these activities or these tasks.
And we're seeing trends of this,
Andrés,
and
muchas
this
gracias. Y
is
cierro
tending
esta
to
primera
worsen in
parte
the
que era
coming
muy
months.
importante tener
Thank you
unas
very much,
ideas
Andrés.
claras y precisas sobre
I
las
close
visiones
this
que
first
diferentes
part, which was
actores tienen de
important
la
for us
seguridad
to
y
see
el
the
efecto
different
que ha
standpoints
generado la
of the
pandemia
different
sobre la
actors
percepción,
regarding
también
the
por
effects of the
supuesto, sobre
pandemic
la
in terms
seguridad
of
objetiva.
security
César
objectively and the
¿cómo lo ve
perception.
desde
Cesar
Bogotá
Restrepo, how
el
do
efecto de
you
la
see
pandemia?
this? How do you see the effect of the pandemic?
Difícil el último,
From
porque todo
Probogota.
lo que han
Well,
dicho
it's
los
difficult
compañeros
to
del
be the
panel,
last
pues
because
se
what the
suma
panel
en la
has said
observación
before
general
me
del
adds up
contexto.
to the general
Sin
observation
embargo,
of the
yo
context.
aquí
Nonetheless,
tendría que hacer un
here
comentario
I would have to make a comment
respecto al trabajo
regarding
dificilísimo de la Policía
the very
Nacional durante
difficult
estos
work of
meses.
the National
La
Police
Policía
during these
Nacional,
months.
digamos
The
que
National
ordinariamente
Police
cumplía
usually
10 funciones en la ciudad,
played 10 roles
y con la pandemia
within the
cumplió
city, and
30.
with the pandemic, all of a
Pero no
sudden
le
those
metieron
10
un
became
policía
30
más.
without adding
Y resulta
any
que los
additional officer
policías,
to the
como todos
force.
nosotros,
And
pues vamos a
the
trabajar,
police
nos
officers,
cansamos,
just like
no
all
solo
of
eso,
us, we
al
go
estar
to
en la
work,
calle se
they
enferman, y entonces en la medida
are
que eso pasaba,
tired,
la
they
capacidad de
get
la policía
fall
de
ill.
responder, no
And
solo en la
as that
seguridad y en la
happens,
aplicación de la ley,
well, this
sino en el
affects not
descubrimiento de otros
only
elementos ya más
in terms of security and their work,
Así
but
que,
also in terms of
como
coverage.
decía Andrés,
So as Andres
hay que
very well
alegrarse por
said,
la disminución de
we have to be
homicidios, por la
happy
no
whenever
ocurrencia de
there's
un
a
delito, por
reduction
la
of one
mejora
crime.
del tema
We
de
have to
riñas,
become
pero no nos
happy
engañen,
whenever there's
no hay un
improvement. But
cambio de
let's
las
not
condiciones estructurales del
be
delito.
misled. There is no changes
Entonces,
in the
vamos a caer en una
structural
trampa.
conditions of the crime. So we
Celebrar una
might be
cosa
falling into a trap.
Desde
We might
Bogotá,
be
este año
celebrating
significaba
something
un ejercicio bien
atypical.
interesante,
In
porque nos ha
Probogota, we did an
podido, nos ha
interesting
permitido
exercise
observar
this
la
year.
ciudad
This allowed us
en
seeing the
condiciones
city in
partirla
atypical
por
conditions
localidades.
and divide
Y
the
hemos, por
city
ejemplo,
in
encontrado que hay
different
localidades
neighborhoods. And we have
que
found that there are
pasado este
neighborhoods
periodo,
that
si ojalá
right
pase
after
rápidamente, ojalá estas vacunas
this
sean
period,
efectivas rápidamente y
let's
todo el
hope
mundo
this
vuelva a la
period
calle,
ends
los
quickly,
planes de seguridad en Bogotá
security
deben
plans in
transformarse en planes
Bogota
locales.
need to change
Porque
into
hay unas
local
localidades con
plans
unos
because
comportamientos
certain
arraigados de
neighborhoods
delincuencia y
have
violencia que
certain
necesitan
behaviors of
tratamientos especiales.
violence that require special
Situación de
treatment. The
seguridad por la
security
misma
situation
configuración
because
económica,
of the
social,
social and
de
economic
relacionamiento
and
de la Candelaria
relationship situation of La Candelaria is different from Usaquén. And this is what the pandemic has allowed us to see each area of the city within its features. And then we have been able to draw a series of conclusions to develop local development plans based on a regional strategy, of course, because Bogota does live on its own. Bogota is not isolated. We're an axis city of the surrounding approximately 12 municipalities that move hand in hand with the city. So in Probogota, we say that the structural causes of crime, violence, and behaviors have not changed. And why do I say this? Because next year it's going to be difficult, and it's hope that this finishes quickly. as conditions move back to normal, it's going to be difficult for citizens to believe something that is true, and that is, we need resources. We need financing to be able to broaden the men of the police, for example, to face challenges. And Probogota has been placing on the public agenda the need of big cities to pay for part of the forces of the police force. But if local governments celebrate this reduction of the trends, but without forgetting the trends and the situation of that reduction, we need to tell citizens we need to reduce this in the long term as well. So in Probogota, we say we have to be very aware of the fact that the general conditions and structural conditions have not changed. Thank you very much. Usually, let me go back to you. I think I found 3 topics that are very important from the initial presentations. We don't have much time left. I'm going to ask you to be very brief. But there are 2 topics that I think are interesting. The first one is related to the police. We saw it since the presentation of Mr. Acedo, but also Christina and Natalie referred to this. Gustavo, Andres, the general, and you, we all talked about the importance of the police who played a key role. I remember that one of the first diagnoses that I read years ago, but this is back in the 1990s, that we have a national police force that does everything. And it's true. It has more and more functions, and that's something that we haven't solved yet, Cesar. And this question is not only to you, but to all of you. In 2 minutes max, if one of the topics that we need to work on is the police force, is the police force that we currently have the one that we need, or what type of police do we need? Talking to Natalie, throughout Latin America, that discussion is taking place. What police force is required for the post-quarantine or for the post-COVID-19? Not only in Latin America, I would say that this is throughout the world. Throughout the world, the police needs to rethink itself. In the case of Colombia, we need a police, specialized police. We need a police that focuses on citizen security, focusing on public security, focusing on investigation, and focusing on intelligence. Now, what is it that we don't need? We don't need a lot of police corps. Thinking about local police corps? No, that's exactly. If we want the country to explode in 1,000 pieces, that would be a quick way. And the other thing would be to dividing the police into different control units. I do not think either that that's a solution, because the Colombian security model that has worked well, this country's conditions objectively have significantly improved the past 20 years. So then that is a security system based on a joint coordination, interagency coordination, allowing all actors to communicate amongst themselves to maximize the use of capabilities. So what is it that we don't need? We don't need a fractioned police, and we don't need a police that is divided up into the territory.
Gracias, César. Voy con Natalie.
Thank you, Cesar. Natalie, let me ask you, how do you think the police should be? Do you think that the capabilities created amongst the different police corps services in Latin America are being enough to face the challenges of COVID? And are they going to be useful in the future? The future that we don't know where it is that we're heading to, and this goes beyond public policies of the governments. Do you think, as Andres Villamis had mentioned and as General Gomez mentioned, we'll go back to difficult times? So what do you think that we need? Do we need local police, specialized police, or how do you see things? Well, thank you very much for that question. I think this is at the heart of what is currently being debated in terms of police forces. Having a single recipe would be a mistake, given the different situations of the police forces in the region. I think police forces need certain police forces need complete reforms. Others just need a very pinpointed acupuncture, I would call it. But basically, I would like to see what are the challenges that the police currently face that need to be tackled either by strengthening or doing reforms. We have talked about the situation of the police forces today. They're absolutely overburdened with their functions. Add to that the fact or the challenges that they face in terms of public order. We know that there have been lots of demonstrations where the action of the police has been trying to keep a very difficult balance between protecting the right to protest and keeping public order and ensuring human rights. On the other hand, on top of the economic crisis and the sanitary crisis comes the economic crisis. And as the General mentioned, this can lead to complex security problems. And all this puts the police at risk. What have we learned? The most recent police reform processes have been focused on allowing police to control crime without forgetting that they need to achieve high levels of confidence on behalf of the citizens. And in these cases, I think that it's important to bear in mind that a strategic self-reflection should be undertaken by the different police offices and police forces. They need to preserve themselves and adapt to the new realities. This is an analysis, includes an analysis of critical areas, institutional areas, and administrative areas of the police. Here I'm talking about training, accountability, transparency. I'm talking about police, the relationship between the police and communities, police well-being. And another thing yet that is very important to keep this good relationship with the citizens is communication in times of crisis. Thank you very much, Natalie. General Gomez, the floor is yours. Oh, let me ask you, Bogota and in the city in general, we see, for example, in Chile, they're looking at what's happening in the mounted police. Would the police in Colombia like to be subjected to an institutional reform, considering the principles that not only Cesar mentioned, but also Natalie, as an element that would allow generating trust of a police force that meets its obligations? Well, let me start by telling you that we should feel proud of the police that we currently have. Considering the challenges that the country currently has, the police that we need is the one that we have. Obviously, we need to do some changes. The police is in constant change. Among the pillars of our director is a police for the people. That's one of our pillars, as Natalie mentioned a little while ago. She said that we must generate trust and confidence among citizens. Another pillar is transforming police. That's another of our pillars. We have been in the process of transforming ourselves, and this is not new. This dates way back, since the police has been adding capabilities that have allowed us to face all the risks and challenges of the country. Obviously, we need to improve in certain areas, specifically in technology. The police needs to have a very high level of technology. Some mayors' offices can still think that buying cameras is buying security. What we actually need to do is to integrate those cameras, developing command and control centers, allowing us to have intelligent cameras, for example, that relieve police officers so that they don't have to monitor cameras. And well, a person cannot look at 10, 20, or 30 screens, but that these cameras generate alerts. As Dr. Villamizar said, we need increasing the number of police officers, male and men and women. Human talent is very important, and it's important for the police
General, muchas gracias. Me voy para Medellín.
General, thank you very much. Let me now go to Medellín. Gustavo, is the police that we have the best police?
Tomaría las palabras de César
I would like to take Cesar's words. Let's think that our police has managed to solve many of the problems that have occurred along the way. And I would like to say that it could be much worse. Let's look at Mexico. Mexico had terrible problems of organized crime with 3 different police forces, and municipal, state, and federal police. And this has led to very big levels of corruption, violence of a very serious kind here in Colombia. This has been significantly contained. Of course, a lot needs to be done. I fully agree with Cesar in the sense that higher levels of professionalism and specialization are required. In particular, there is a topic that will arise after the end of the virus, especially now that maybe next year the vaccine comes about and it's a protest. Maybe it is likely that new protests come to happen because of continental trends. I mean, this is not only Colombia. Protests are happening throughout the continent, and what these protests and demonstrations showed before the pandemic is that more preparation is required on the part of the police for the social demonstrations. I don't think the police should be prepared to stop the demonstrations, but they should protect instead and avoid that in certain actions or actors put these demonstrations in situation of risk for the citizens as a whole, or that this leads to denying rights to the rest of the citizens. I think that the police has, in this sense, something pending not only in general, but considering the immediate crisis of the end of the pandemic, and considering frustrations and reactions that are certainly going to happen, and those will be quite difficult moments. Thank you, Gustavo. I will leave another question for later on, but time is very of the essence. Dr. Acero, what is the police that we need to face the challenges that come ahead? And as Gustavo Duncan says, strengthening, considering the increased demonstrations in public space. I agree with what Natalie said. I do not believe that it's possible to start a profound process of reform. As we're used to seeing in the police, we're driving at 100 miles per hour and we cannot stop. So we need to work on transformation. And here I believe that confidence is key. I think that it's important to look at all training processes, but also work processes with the police officers. Let's remember that here in Colombia, we come from very quick training processes. In the country, we grew up with very quick selection and training processes. And part of the problems that we have are due to that, because of that fast growth. So I do believe that this is not about halting, but this is about strengthening the different areas of the police. And I'm talking about the human standpoint, training and so on, but also from a technological standpoint and from a development standpoint. But it's not only this in institution.
centramos en el tema de policía
Here we're focusing on
alguien que debe
police
garantizar la
as
seguridad y
the
tenemos un
entity
sistema
in charge of
penitenciario y
security,
carcelario
but we also have
completamente
a jail
colapsado
system that is has
y
absolutely
completamente
collapsed,
ineficiente.
and that is
No es
absolutely
solamente la
inefficient.
manera
So
como ha
it's
caído en
not only
confianza
the way
la propia
in
policía,
which
porque ha caído,
the
llegó una
trust
época
in
en
the
tener
police has fallen.
74,
At one
70% de
point,
confianza, hoy estamos
there
por
was
debajo de
only
50
74
entre las
to
encuestas más
80% of
viejas que hay,
trust, and now
sino también es la
quickly we
confianza que
fall under
existe en otras
50.
instituciones, en los
There is
jueces,
also
en los
lack of trust
fiscales,
in the other
en el sistema
institutions,
carcelario. Yo creo que aquí
judges,
tenemos que
prosecutors, the
mirar
jail
este tema de
system. I
seguridad y
think we
justicia en
need to look at
conjunto,
justice
y por eso,
and
digamos, en
security
el
as a
caso de
whole.
Bogotá,
And in the
pensamos
specific case
bueno,
of
¿qué pasa con el
Bogota,
sistema
that's why we
carcelario?
think, okay,
La
what's
insistencia
happening
de que debemos
with the
construir una
jail
cárcel
system?
nueva,
If we need
tan
to
buena
build
como la
a new
cárcel
jail,
distrital,
that
no es
has to be
solamente para tener
a good
dónde
jail,
meter
not
presos
only
y dónde meter
to have a
delincuentes, sino
place to
cómo
put
tratamos
criminals
con
away, but
respeto de
how
derechos
to
humanos a las
treat them
personas que
by
pierden la
respecting
libertad.
the human
Eso hay
rights
que
of
hacerlo,
those
pero
who
también
are
cómo
put in
garantizamos
jail,
justicia
but also
cercana
how
al
do we
ciudadano.
ensure
Un
justice
poco lo que han
to
planteado, lo
citizens,
que planteó
and also
precisamente lo que se planteó respecto al
based
código.
on
Yo
what
sí
was
creo que
mentioned
debemos
regarding the
mirar cómo
police
parte
code.
de
I
esas
think we
funciones que
have to
tienen
see
el
how
código
part of the
comienzan
functions
a
included
hacerse,
in the
a
police
asumirse
code
por parte de funcionarios
are
municipales. Yo creo que hay
taken
que hacer
over by
muchas cosas
municipal
en
officers and
seguridad,
servants. I think that
particularmente en
lots of things need to
policía,
be done
pero
in
también
in security,
en otra serie de instituciones. Yo creo
especially
que
within the
hay
police,
que
but
mirar
also
esto en
among other
conjunto si
institutions. I
queremos
think this has to
tener
be looked at
mejores
in
niveles de
general terms
seguridad
if we
que
want to
no
have
son
better levels of
solamente,
security,
digamos, con
not
procesos de
only
transformación de policía, sino desde
by
luego hay que hacer
processes of
cambios
transforming
y
the
hay que
police,
hacerlos,
which does
yo diría,
require
con
changes,
la
of
marcha,
course,
¿no? Y con
and
la
I
propia
think that those
institución. Es
changes
un
have to be
trabajo
done as we
permanente
go. This is a
equipo con
permanent
la institución
job
para hacer esos cambios y esos
together with the
procesos de fortalecimiento.
institution
Y
to
otro
do
elemento
these
importante,
processes. And another
hay
important
que estar
element
cerca de los ciudadanos.
is that we need to be
Esto
close to
no es,
citizens.
de veras, vemos que con
This
desarrollos
is
tecnológicos,
not
con
only about
comunicación virtual
technological
con los ciudadanos, vamos a
development
solucionar el problema.
and
No,
virtual
nuestras comunidades todavía
communication.
son de
No,
esa
our
cercanía y hay
communities
que privilegiar esa
require that
cercanía de las
closeness, and this
autoridades, no
closeness with
solamente de la
communities
policía con
need
los
to be
ciudadanos.
privileged.
Doctor Acero, muchas gracias.
Thank
Andrés,
you very
¿qué
much.
hacemos con la
Let me hand the
policía?
floor to Andres. Andres, what do we do with the police?
Yo creo que cuando uno habla de esto tiene que
Well, I think that when you talk about this, you have to start by expressing your gratitude, because it has been a moment of crisis, and in certain cases it can be very easy to judge the police, and I am one of those who profoundly thanks the police and has a feeling of gratitude towards the police, because what the Colombian police has done has been achieved by very few police corps around the world. So I think that it is very important that the police does a self-reflection and self-reform process to avoid the discussion falling in the hands of those who want to weaken the police or see it weakened. On the second hand, I would like to echo what Hugo is saying. Hugo is right. We need to talk about police reform. We need to see how to strengthen the police, but we need to fine-tune interinstitutional mechanisms for the police to do a better job. Unfortunately, here in Colombia, the notion of citizen security being a function of the police has come along. But no, that is mainly a function of local authorities with the support of the police, yes, but with the significant responsibility of the prosecutor's office and the local authorities. And many times, whenever there are problems, they don't show up. When there are operational successes, mayors in this country, for example, like talking in plural when there's success. We captured, we reduced homicide, but whenever there's problems, the police, they point at the police. When there's abuse, they finger point at the police. So I think citizen security is in the hands of everyone, mayor's office, the civil authorities, prosecutor's office, because without the police, whatever the police does, without the justice system, the police won't be able to do anything on its own. And one last thing that I wish to say is the topic of perception. To talk about reactivation, and this conference has the topic of reactivation, economic reactivation in the background. Perception is key, as Christina mentioned a while ago. And I think that in Colombia, we have not had that debate. And we look at perception as if it was just a series of few of paranoid citizens who, despite the improved statistics, don't feel safe. safe? Well, no. Civil authorities and the police are responsible to work to improve the perception of security of citizens, because quality of lives is derived therefrom. If I fear going out on the street, my quality of life is affected, even if indicators are getting better. And at the same time, it's very difficult to reactivate the economy if these fears persist. So not only should we leave this in the hands of the media, I think authorities are responsible for generating concrete plans and strategies to improve the perception of security. We did it in Cali, and thanks to objective measurements with Cali, how are we doing? And that exists in Bogota as well as in many other countries in Latin America. We were able to improve both the indices of victimization as well as the indices of perception, and this requires an explicit activity of authorities and police. Thank you very much, Christina. I would like to hear from you how you think from the Chamber of Commerce should be treated a reform to the police if that were to happen, and the conclusions of the event, because we are very much behind time.
Listo, yo estuve en una orilla hace no mucho tiempo en que le estábamos exigiendo a la policía que tuviera enfoque de género. Y ahora estoy en otra orilla en que le estamos exigiendo a la policía
were demanding gender focus from the police, and now we're demanding from the police to have the mindset of small and medium businessmen in mind whenever treating. So this is just to show you how the pressure to the police comes from the different sides. And I am going to take this example to the absurd. We want the police to save kittens on trees, and we want them to intervene in gender-based violence, and we want them to intervene also against organized criminal activities. So one single individual is expected to fulfill all these functions without necessarily having the competencies and the training to do so. I also think that it's important to know how people in Bogota are seeing the police. 67% of the citizens, they say that they saw the police from their neighborhood, and 37% have interacted with them. Only 16% have resorted to the police in case of conflict, and 29% feel satisfied with the care. These are figures from the second semester 2019. This is the lowest figure reported in 12 years. Unfortunately, I am not very optimistic in terms of results that we will get from the survey that we're currently doing. What does this tell us? This tells us that the police reform will need to bear in mind what the perception of the citizens is. Not because somebody in the microphone, somebody is going to give me the response, but rather because these 25% of the citizens say that the problem of the police is a big problem of public policy. So we need to bear in mind how to create this closeness, but how to have strategic guidelines in how the police acts, for example.
Sacando las ideas de la gente de mi equipo, la idea de los
these are ideas of my team.
Administraciones anteriores, no la pasada, sino de más viejas.
The ideas of not the past administration, but the administration before that. There was a big mistake in what they did in the metropolitan structure. And at this very moment, maybe we should have integral plans. They're called PICSs to Bogota with the different regional municipalities, so that we have general regional guidelines that end up being undertaken by, hopefully, the police of the neighborhood. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you who have taken the time to follow us in this important debate. I would like to thank Cristina Vélez from the Chamber of Commerce of Bogota, Natalie Alvarado from IDB, Hugo Acedo, Secretary from Justice in Bogota, Professor Duncan from AFI, General Gomez from the Metropolitan Police, Andrés Villamizar, old friend, and Cesar. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Imagina un combustible capaz de reducir las
Can you
emisiones que
imagine a fuel
contaminan al
capable of
planeta para
reducing
cuidar el
the
medio ambiente y tu salud?
emissions into the
Imagina que ese
atmosphere to protect the
combustible tiene
environment
el
and your
poder de
health?
llevarnos a
Imagine that
lugares
this
mágicos
fuel
con una
has the
mayor
power to take
economía.
you to
Imagina que
magical
tenga la fuerza
places.
para mover
Imagine it
vehículos de
has the power
carga,
to move
transporte masivo,
cargo vehicles,
particulares
mass
y taxis. Ese
transportation,
combustible
particular
es gas
vehicles. That
natural
fuel
vehicular.
is natural
Cámbiate ahora
gas.
al gas natural vehicular.
Change to
Ahorra
natural
y cuida el
gas
medio ambiente.
and protect the environment.
En compensar lo mejor de lo
And
que
compensar
hacemos
the
es
best
para
of
quien lo
what we
hacemos.
do is for those whom we do it for those who learn to hug in the distance, for those who learn to reinvent themselves, for those who turn their homes and do the safest place, for those who make it possible that the world never stops, for those who have discovered new ways of using time, for those who know that the responsibility of taking care of ourselves is everyone's, for those who see the future with happiness, for those who learn to smile with their eyes, and for those for whom have made of solidarity the best vaccine, and for those who contribute to building a better society. Compensar. The best of what we do is whom we do it for. In 2013, Bogotá and Cundinamarca will require the construction of approximately 4 million new houses, which implies a higher energy consumption. For this reason, we started one of the most ambitious projects of our company, Bogotá Region 2030. The objective will be to provide for the needs of our city region through a power system of the first world, for which coordinated work and commitment of communities, entities, and different parts involved will be fundamental. We will build 30 substations located strategically in Bogotá and the region of Cundinamarca. By changing our current network with the highest quality, we're a company dedicated to working for the development and progress of the region.
La pandemia nos ha traído
The
grandes
pandemic has
desafíos,
brought
pero
new
también
and big
nuevas
challenges, but also
oportunidades. Es
new
el caso de
opportunities.
la
That is the
tecnología,
case
la
of
cuarta
technology, the
revolución
fourth industrial
que llegó
revolution
para quedarse y es
that is here to
fundamental
stay,
en la
and that is key
reactivación. En este
for
segmento
reactivation. In
tendremos
this
dos
segment, we will
conferencias
have
magistrales.
two
La primera con
conferences. The
Gemma
first one will
Valle,
be
responsable de
by Gemma
negocios
Valle, responsible
del
of
sector TIC
businesses
de Eurocat.
in Eurocat.
Cuenta con más de 15 años de
She has over 15 years experience in the creation of innovative and cooperative projects.
Sus áreas del
Her
conocimiento
areas of knowledge include big data, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, robotics, amongst
Es un
others.
gusto tener a la señora Valle con nosotros. Muy buenas tardes, bienvenida.
It is a pleasure having you here, madam. Good afternoon, the floor is yours.
Gracias por la invitación a participar en este evento de Probogotá.
For Probogotá, I'm going to try to explain in 20 minutes some of the concepts that you've already talked about during the introduction, such as AI, artificial intelligence, data, cybersecurity. We're working on them, and to that end, I will try to explain hand in hand with some examples and more in the taking into account the smart city where we've been able to apply them. To that end, I would like to introduce a little bit who we are, what do I represent at Eurocat. Let's go to the next slide. With the main technology lab in Catalonia. Currently, we are a hub between universities and businesses.
Perfecto. Pasamos que tiene múltiples capacidades.
And we have a series of capabilities across sectors in IT, so we are a team of over 650 people distributed in great large knowledge areas, the industrial area, digital area, bioengineering, and sustainability and environmental policies. Today, as I said at the beginning, we will concentrate on the digital area, which is the one that I know more about, taking into the big data, artificial intelligence that we apply to many sectors. And EuroCat allows us to fraction with our interaction with the different, the ecosystem, to bring a large, a lot of problems, and go-to-market products. So we're the fourth internet city in the south of Europe to capture funds. Over 60 projects in Europe at an international level, over 200 projects, because we are not the type, we're not doing things that we know companies do, but how do we help to other companies that have innovative technologies to accelerate and expedite access to market of their technologies? Because today we are in a world, as we were saying, a digital world. This is the fourth or fifth sixth industrial revolution. And when we talk about the digital area, where we bring together all the technologies from 4.0 technologies to the efficient management of technology, of funds, mobility, multimedia, big data, and all that digital transformation across those sections. So currently, in 60 seconds, there's so many data that are moving around us in different medical data, emails, updating of programs, of software programs. And so right now we find ourselves that we're becoming almost into data on all this data that we receive and that is being applied in the food industry, in the environmental industry, psychological aspect, the new relationships, or how COVID, we began to talk about the telephone work, and the school, it's virtual schooling. And so at the end of the day, we are becoming just data, and thanks to the interaction or all the technologies that we have. And we use a lot of terminology that we will apply. And then this is the mix of technologies. Some of them we worked for many, many years, and we're working with some new technologies in terms of statistics, in terms of computer science, and artificial intelligence. So we will also apply more technical algorithms, entropy, values, probabilities, a lot of words, a lot of terms that after many, many years and after many projects, we see how we've been able to apply them to different uses to transform to the digital transformation. And I've selected a few projects that relate to smart cities. And to that end, many of them are based on artificial intelligence. Today, we talk about artificial intelligence, although it's nothing new. For many, many years, the artificial intelligence has been being used in many technologies, in many environments, and we are moving now from big data to artificial intelligence, to that intelligent machine that foresees or anticipates a series of situations. That this is where we're going to see how we're doing from for a different environment, how we manage these 5 projects that I wanted to talk to you about. Let's move to the next slide. We're talking about some different layers of knowledge, talking about artificial intelligence, for example, how it helps us. Sometimes that big data is not really that big data, but how data help us to make decisions, to automate processes, and to do all these operational efficiencies of businesses and organizations. And as of all this information, we can go into very technical data and trying to explain the application of some of those terms that we talked about from the beginning through these 5 examples that I gave you. One of those examples is the Innovation Center for Artificial Intelligence that we promote from EuroCat with other partners, and we will see that. The second one is the case of how we, a project that we've had for 4 years, how we predicted or in an objective manner the black areas where we had more accidents, especially in the city of Barcelona. A third project is how we monetize data, how through management of imaging we could optimize a series of processes in terms of mobility in the city and also security. You also talked about police issues in the previous panel and security. Well, in the fourth project, we talked about this food distribution company, how we've been able to optimize their algorithms. And lastly, a case of the tourist example of the Sagrada Familia. Today, we don't have those large groups of tourists that we used to have in that church, but we've been working that project for over 3 years, how to determine how could we organize mobility around that monument where we had more than 1 million people per year. So with the 10 minutes that I have left, I will try to explain at least in 1 minute each of these cases on how we extrapolate that digital transformation. And first of all, the example that we have, it's how in our case we led the CIDAI more than a year ago. Before that, we had a Center of Excellence for Data, the Big Data Core, and we evolved to the CIDAI as a new initiative, as this center for innovation and intelligence for applied artificial intelligence. So this data tech is quite important. This is a public-private scheme in the city of Catalonia and Barcelona, and large companies involved, but also it's open to the community to drive and to foster this artificial intelligence in Catalonia. So we've linked this to the strategy of the hubs, innovation hubs at European level, and we are the benchmark right now in terms of artificial intelligence in the case of Catalonia, and that offers us what we work to generate impact so that demand and the offer increases in terms of artificial intelligence, to have greater talent in terms of artificial intelligence, to be able to respond to this new demand, and also to promote ethic-related issues. Not to deviate algorithms, and also to work with the proximity scheme to help all the companies, the new companies or small and medium-sized companies, so that they could include all this. So we work with core partners, with members and the community, and based on this 4 axis, which is intelligence transfer, so that is not, that really comes to market, connected to the entire ecosystem with different activities. About a month ago, we were organizing our Congress for Artificial Intelligence, also linked to many of the universities, so that they create masters in big data, artificial intelligence, which will lead also to generating new companies, incorporating new companies based on these technologies. And that's what we promote with this strategy of the Artificial Intelligence Center. Let's move to the next slide, please.
Vale, que son un poco las main lessons learned
These
de lo que
are
estamos
the
trabajando y cómo
the lessons learned, how we're disseminating this culture and those organizations, data-driving organizations throughout economic sectors, and based mainly on the collaboration and datification of new business models through the exploitation of data. One of these cases that we have is the following case. We will talk about specific cases. Let's move to the next project I wanted to share with you. When I talked about the data to manage accidents in Barcelona, in this case, for example, we had examples from the Catalan Transit Service, data from the Mayor's Office of Barcelona, other data that we had around the territory, and other data from an insurance company that focuses really on the insurance, car insurance. So with all this data, we analyzed the different sort of black points or where there were greater concentration of accidents in the city of Barcelona, trying to find an objective way through data analysis and correlating variables why we had so many accidents in those specific areas. And from this, we did it by days, per hours, at what time, which days, trying to find casualty causes. And we saw the architectonic aspects. One part of the central city of Bogota is distributed in quarters, and there we saw there was a big area of accidents from 11 to midnight, and and it was at the same time that they would, whether you have the truck drivers collecting garbage around the city of Barcelona. So trucks were parked around the area and people were not able to see, so there were a lot of accidents around that area. So in an objective manner, we're able to analyze and see why we had more accidents around this area. Therefore, the mayor office changed the containers, the garbage containers, and they changed their location. Another areas that let's move to the next slide. There were some also very close to school areas, and there were accidents or dumb accidents that around the times that children were being picked up from school. So we introduced the new areas to reduce mobility in areas that are close to schools. That was also another of the analysis that we conducted and allowed us to optimize data, the geospatial analysis, and tackling problems and the data and their correlation to be able to have an objective sort of picture or overview. Let's move to another project, the third project that I wanted to share with you. This is how to monetize data. How can we work for a small company that had a very important, where we wanted to analyze in an automatic manner all the security, all the images of the security cameras. So as of this, to bring out data, to optimize mobility, to see commuters that were coming out into the city, and also to improve the efficiency of some shops around the area. So as of this information, we were able to optimize the architecture, a dashboard, where we had two levels of how to view the data. One that viewed the data more the local authority or the police, and here we detected whether a car was linked, a car that would come into the city, and that data went to the traffic or transit directorate, and we would see licenses, forbidden licenses would go into without insurances. So and the local police were able to fine accordingly those specific cars. And we also had another layer, which was the data, the non-confidential data, really to optimize how many people, how many cars were coming in, how many cars were coming out, how much, for how long do people stay around that neighborhood, or how much a car, how it went around the city, and as of this, how to optimize then from the mayor's office or the public entity, how we improve the parkings, traffic lights, parking rates, etc., etc. So there were different levels, dashboard levels, or visualizations in details, depending on what we wanted to ensure with respect to who was consulting the data, always considering and taking into account ethics of data. And at the end of the day, we were able to cross-reference all this data or with open data formats, or joining this data with banking entities or telephone entities to have more accuracy in terms of the data. So this was this was one of the lessons learned. Now, to conclude, in the fourth project that I would like to talk to you about, what the impact of data in predictions. In this case, Globo is quite well known. 3 years ago, it was a company that has been in place for 5 years, but today it's quite well known in services. So we had specific algorithm to reduce the waiting time of the courier, to optimize the time of home delivery, also to optimize, but because at the end of the day, the courier would charge during the time, so the delivery time had to be optimized. So with the activation of the algorithm, we were able to reduce all the waiting time, and we optimized routes. So this was an application that was in this sector, but we've applied to different sectors, but it's an application of predictive models with the optimization of data. And to conclude, the fifth project that I wanted to share with you about on how to do that digital transformation. In the case of the Sagrada Familia monument, we correlated data. On the one side, we displayed for the project Wi-Fi antenna, because we needed to know exactly how people would move around the monument of the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, and we had data from the mobile operator, and then we also had data from mobility of the surroundings or data of the city to determine what happened around that tourist monument that was highly visited by tourists. So as of this information, we were able to see what nationalities came, what was by nationality, how long they stayed in the monument, where did they go into the neighborhood, for how long they were stayed in the neighborhood, how long did they walk around, and then we were able to analyze also when they left the metro station or the subway station, whether they got lost at the end, because signals were quite far away from the metro's exits. So we also changed the signaling, and we optimized timing as of this project with channel networks, geospatial and telephone networks that we've been able to apply in other networks for the metropolitan transport area to optimize all the multimodal matrix origin destination, irrespective if you want to go from A to B, and irrespective of the transportation means that you use, but how we learn and how we can replicate this information to other surroundings to make the digital transformation, or to have smart cities. Smart cities are just more than a reality. And so through these 5 examples, I wanted to convey some of the knowledge that we've been able to acquire through artificial intelligence and big data that we've worked on lately.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias
Well,
a la señora
thank you
Gema
very
Valle por
much,
acompañarnos
Hema
en el día
Bali,
de hoy y
for
por su
being with us
presentación.
today, and thank you for your
Damos
presentation.
paso a
Now
nuestra
we will
segunda
give the floor
conferencia
to our
magistral.
second
Está a
conference.
cargo de
This
Fat Win,
Fat
asesor
Win, an
ejecutivo
executive
de
advisor
IoT y
from
servicios de
IoT
Internet de
and Internet
América
Services
Móvil.
of
Señor
Mobile
Win, buenas
America.
tardes,
Mr. Wing,
bienvenido.
good afternoon and welcome.
Muchas gracias por la invitación. Es un gran placer para mí.
It's a pleasure being here.
Lo escuchamos, adelante.
The floor is yours, sir.
Can we share the slides, please? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, my Spanish is not good enough for this speech, so I will switch over to English. I've been invited today to speak about the pandemic and to share some experiences that we have made as a telecoms operator and a digital services provider in the world, and to shed some light on some examples about how the pandemic might have driven the digital transformation and the adoption of Industry 4.0. Next slide, please. Most of you have probably seen this internet meme that was crossing our screens for the last couple of months, asking who was leading the digital transformation in your organization. And while it is being a joke, COVID-19 certainly has pushed us forward and pushed the boundaries of digital transformation in most organizations. For today, I would like to discuss with you 4 points. The first is to define what makes a digital society and how we can measure it. Obviously, progress without knowing how to measure it. And here I want to use some examples that are being applied globally on how to measure it beyond technology. The point number 2 is to give you an insight into the state of transformation within Latin America and Colombia in detail. And after that, I want to bring up some examples that show typical inhibitors of technological progress and how the pandemic has pushed us forward in these regards. And lastly, I want to discuss with you 5 lessons that we have learned from the pandemic and that we can take forward in driving digital transformation within our community, within our cities and countries. Next slide, please. Before we dive in, let me quickly use a few words about América Móvil. I'm sure most of you are aware we are the largest telecom provider within the Latin American region, currently present in 17 countries from Mexico to Argentina, and in an additional 7 countries in Central Eastern Europe. Overall, we serve more than 350 million customers within our footprint, and we have started with fixed and mobile services, but now increasingly entering the space of digital services, meaning cloud applications, cloud infrastructure as a services, Internet of Things services, and also many of the things that were used during the pandemic for teleconferencing, electronic payments, e-commerce platforms, and the likes. So it's a very good opportunity for us to share an inside point of view of a provider for such services, how we have seen the changes over the last couple of months. Next slide, please. And while we are talking about these topics, and Gemma was mentioning many of the things that you are seeing on this slide right now, digital transformation is a very big word that contains a lot of meaning. It usually is related to a lot of technological aspects that we're considering. But at the end of the day, very few people can define digital transformation in a tangible way. And I believe even since we are discussing this for multiple of years, we are still not at a point where we can clearly measure and indicate the rate of digital transformation in an economy, in a society. However, there are some very good approaches to that. And one of that is the European Commission's way to measure digital transformation in the European markets. Next slide, please. And why I believe that the DESI indicators that are used by the European Commission are most suitable, mostly because they are not just measuring technology. It's not just about the available technological advances in each country, but more importantly, the human capital that is behind digital transformation, measuring the internet user skills, the internet literacy of the population in each country to understand how these skills have been evolved over time. Thirdly, there is a use of internet services that is being measured in terms of the number of internet users, the number of activities online, the number of transactions that are being made online that is also going into this indicator. And fourthly, the integration of digital technology into organizations, businesses, what we call the fourth industrial revolution is being measured by how companies and how organizations are integrating these technologies into their day-to-day business. And last but not least, it also measures the public services and the e-commerce, e-government, e-learning initiations of each country, of each society, to give an indication. And you can already see here that even though it is one continent, it is the European Union, the differences can be varying greatly between the nations within the European Union, and it's even greater if we look at the differences between the countries of Latin America versus the rest of the world. Next slide, please. In America Mobile, we are also measuring digital transformation. We use different indicators. Obviously, being a mobile network operator, for us, it is very important to understand how our subscribers are composed. And one KPI that has been proven very efficient to show the rate of transformation is the number of IoT connected subscribers that we have, meaning subscribers that are not used by a human, that are not used in a mobile phone, but used by machines, by automated servers, by intelligent gateways, smart cities installations, smart metering installations, connected cars, and all these products that Gemma was talking about earlier. And we compare the share of those devices versus human users, and we compare the number that these devices grow over the years. And you can see here very quickly that we are comparing with some of the market leading nations in North America, in Asia, and in Europe, whereby you see all the green bubbles as the representation of those markets. The size of the bubble that you see here is the absolute number of those devices in those markets, and you can very quickly see that China is absolutely leading this industry with more than 60% of the global market being represented in China, and the remaining being distributed among the most leading markets in the United States, Germany, the UK, and some of the additional European markets, whereby the Latin American countries at this moment are still catching up. We have a significant lower growth rate in the Latin American markets, and we have a significant lower IoT adoption within the Latin American markets. Currently between 3% and 7% in Latin America, with a growth rate of somewhere around 20%. Colombia specifically, you can see there's a red dot in this diagram. You will see that the growth rate in Colombia is only 15% per year, and the IoT adoption rate that we see here is less than 5%, meaning there is a lot of potential and room to growth for the Colombian market in terms of digital transformation. That being said, usually there are reasons why the markets are not growing. And what I've tried to do is to compile a few examples of inhibitors to the growth that we have seen over the last couple of months and changes to those inhibitors that we have seen in the last couple of months. I have personally been in this business for over 10 years, and I have to say that many of our business plans and our projections did not come to life as we had expected. And the biggest reason that we see mostly is that there is inertia in the organization, there is inertia in the government, there is inertia in the legal frameworks for digital transformation. That's making it extremely difficult for these kind of solutions to see the day, to see the light of day and to develop in those markets. Now, I want to show you along 6 examples how I believe that the pandemic has had a positive and a significant positive impact, but also shows the problems and the challenges that we have in this regard, and how we can learn from that and move forward with that knowledge when the pandemic ends, if the pandemic ends. So moving to the next slide, one of the inhibitors that is undoubtedly stopping digital transformation is access to broadband internet and IT infrastructure. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the main measurables that most of the development initiatives are using to signify digital transformation is access to broadband internet. And what we have seen over the last couple of months, not just in Latin America, but across the board, across the world, is that we always thought that we have good broadband internet access, even in markets like Finland, Sweden, Denmark, where we have internet penetrations of over 100% of households, where we have fiber penetration of up to 80% of all the households. Within the last couple of months, we have seen that the networks were not stable enough to take the load that came up with the pandemic crisis. I'm sure you have heard about Netflix throttling their bandwidth, YouTube throttling their bandwidth, Amazon Prime, all the large streaming organizations, but also America Mobile had to do that, cutting down on bandwidth in order to keep the networks up and running. You have heard most likely that Google was having issues and downtimes in their cloud services. Even Microsoft was struggling a lot. Why? Because the internet infrastructure was good enough for regular usage and the day-to-day usage patterns that we were common to, but they were not sufficient to handle the home office, the telepresence, education services that we were using. And most importantly, we have seen that within all the networks that are non-symmetric, meaning cable networks, copper networks, DSL networks that had a good download bandwidth but a very bad upload bandwidth, this has become a huge problem since people were working from home, accessing cloud infrastructure, cloud services, uploading video streams from their conferencing services. Now suddenly upload speed has become a critical issue that most of the networks could not serve. So the inhibitor of progress certainly was that the internet access is not given, is not stable. And throughout the last 9 months of the pandemic, we have learned to handle the situation. Now we have adjusted to the usage patterns on the network. We have adjusted to the demanding services. We have improved data compression standards, making it possible to tackle this. In some of the cases, this is an example of Mexico, where you see that in many of the rural areas or even in the metropolitan areas, students did not always have access to the internet and were not able to attend the e-learning, the homeschooling initiatives of the government. So one of the things that we saw were massive movements within the population providing internet access for free in their garages, providing mobile hotspots that were driving to the locations where people did not have access. Tortilla shops and small businesses were opening up their office infrastructure for students to come and learn. So that's point number one. Next slide, please. Point number two was that we are moving, and many of the small companies and businesses were pushed even to entering e-commerce platforms. And while larger corporations are usually building their own e-commerce infrastructure and their own e-commerce platforms, many of the small and medium-sized businesses, small restaurants, cafes, were forced to enter e-commerce platforms to provide their services for home delivery, for takeaway, for online purchasing. And while this is a great improvement for those businesses and a great opportunity for those businesses such as Rappi, Uber, Amazon, and the likes, it was also creating a new problem that very few individual platforms have a very strong market power, and it is very difficult for us, the society, and the market participant to control this power. Just to mention a few examples, Rappi was reporting within the second quarter of this year a 30% increase in their revenues. And Amazon was putting up 100,000 additional employees within the third quarter of this year just to serve the e-commerce needs. And if you look at this, it is also clear that we need policies and principles for a fair competition and an equal distribution of power in the marketplace, especially to protect the small, medium-sized businesses. Next slide, please. The third point that I want to show as an example is that with all the e-commerce that has come up within the last couple of months, we are very clearly seeing that we are at the edge of capacity for our e-commerce logistics. Regionally, locally, but also globally, the logistics chains have come to a bottleneck and to a standstill in some cases even. 40% of air traffic is being used for passenger flights, and these flights are being used for commercial carriage as well. While there was no passenger flights, we were running into huge troubles with delivering products and services globally. We have seen that the delivery logistics for e-commerce products and services within most of the metropolitan areas needed the first 2 months of the pandemic just to recover and to bring delivery back up to speed with higher automation, even with attempts to automate logistics with robots. The discussion of delivering via drones has become more prevalent than ever. Also, what we are seeing is that cashless payment has seen a surge within those times, where cashless and contactless payment options have become mandatory in some countries, preferred in most countries, and this was driving digital cashless payment services across the board. One of the things that we see here as a learning and as a takeaway clearly is that on the one hand, we need to harden and improve our logistics value chains across the world, globally, but also locally. And secondly, we are seeing that very regional products and services are receiving a much higher value and a much higher position within the value chain. So services from mom and pop stores are becoming more popular, are becoming more prevalent as it was before the pandemic. The same we see on the payment services. While cash payments have been the predominant way and method of payment, we are moving more and more to cashless payment, and this is providing huge opportunities for many of the societies and for many of the economies, such as Colombia and Bogota, where cashless payment can increasingly help improve transparency, can improve and reduce the measures against corruption, the measures against fraud. Next slide, please. The fourth point that I want to mention is something that I believe is one of the most important ones, that we have started to learn trusting in data. Most of us have seen all the numbers, the traffic lights, the reports on a day-to-day basis. We have started to address data-driven decision-making by the governments, but also for our businesses. One example that I'm using here is a system that we deployed in multiple European countries. It's called the People Counter system, where we installed sensors to measure how many people are entering a store, because it was legally limited to a certain number of persons per square meter. And at the end, it turns out that those store owners first started to see the frequency of visitors that they have, and it was the first time that they were able to see statistics across the board, which customers are visiting, how they are visiting them, how long they are staying, when they are coming throughout the course of the day. So suddenly they started collecting these data and learning these data to make decisions about their offerings in their stores. And this is not just the situation that we have with the people counter. We have seen this with electronic payment as well, where small and medium-sized enterprises, for the first time in their history, have seen who their customers are, because now they are ordering through e-commerce platforms. Now they can understand the customer segmentation, demographic segmentation of their customers, something that is completely new to most SMBs that we have talked with. Point number 5 is very closely related to that. Next slide, please. And point number 5 is the concept of open data. also nothing new. Gemma mentioned it earlier. We have had a lot of small businesses that are working with open data provided by government institutions and NGOs in order to innovate on products and services. Next slide, please. And one of those approaches is for us to measure mobility data coming from the network. This is something that we heard earlier today, using mobility data for regional, local, but also for global planning of customer movements and using this data for touristic purposes, for geo-marketing purposes, but also for urban planning purposes and traffic optimization purposes. What was used during the pandemic crisis in most of the countries was telemetry data and telematics data from the mobile networks showing how people are moving, how much they are moving, how far they are moving, what times of the day they are moving. And while it was used to predict the expansion of the corona crisis and the coronavirus, this same data is also used to optimize urban planning and traffic optimization measures. For example, we have found in many cities that by changing the school hours by 15 minutes, we were able to reduce traffic jams in certain areas of the city just by avoiding everybody to arrive at the same time. And if you combine this with teleworking and telepresence and teleschooling measures, it is easy to see that now we are not depending anymore to be on a specific place at a specific time. We can be flexible and adjust our travel times throughout the day, making the traffic burden more bearable. Bogota was one of the cities with the worst travel and traffic statistics in the world. I believe that applying this open data concept to the city planning and urban planning institutions of Bogota could be an extremely valuable approach. We have learned using that during the pandemic crisis. I'm sure you have seen the dashboards that the Johns Hopkins University was providing. You have seen the dashboards that your government was providing. Now let's continue with this, helping us and our government make decisions based on data. The last point that I wanted to mention, and this is the most obvious one, on the next slide, please, is that teleworking, virtual events like the one we have right now, and teleeducation is functioning, and that is functioning despite the lack of governance. This technology is nothing new. It has been around for many years. Many organizations have adopted it, but still it was before the corona crisis a very small group of organizations that made full use and leverage of those technologies. And most of the inhibitors for this technology was that how do we govern our employees? How do we govern our people when they are not in the office? When we don't know when they start working and we don't know when they stop working, we don't know what they're doing throughout the day. And now that the corona crisis came, we had to do it, even without the governance. And it seems that it is working for most of the organizations we were speaking to. It seems to have a tremendous positive impact, and we are hoping to see that this will continue. The same on the event side. A few months ago, it was practically unthinkable to have an event like this completely virtualized with hundreds and thousands of participants in virtual environments. The Consumer Electronics Show is one of the largest technology events on the planet and is currently set to be a fully virtualized event with almost 300,000 participants. So these are absolutely staggering numbers, and I believe this is absolutely proof that the pandemic has pushed us to adopt those kind of technologies. Now, it's not all positive. Certainly, there are a lot of things that have been challenging over the last couple of months, and I want to address them in my last slide. Next slide, please. On the lessons that we have learned from this crisis. Point number one to me, and this is the most important, is scientific facts and data do not bend to politics. We have seen this all over in all the countries, studying from the United States over some of the Latin American markets where politicians have been trying to play down the crisis. Certainly, this is They have been proven wrong, and it is a great improvement for us as a society to understand that scientific facts cannot be bent and data is important. The second learning that I want to take away is that the pandemic is sort of a mirror to us and a mirror for our society. And what we see is that during the pandemic, the divide between rich and poor, the divide between the connected and the unconnected has become even stronger. We are seeing very clearly that groups with better access to connectivity, with a higher digital literacy, with better access to software and IT infrastructure had a much better chance to come out of the crisis as a winner, while other groups were certainly suffering more without having access to IT. The third is the discussion big versus small. And here, in my experience, it was always an argument that digital transformation must be driven by large organizations. And the pandemic has shown us that this is not the case. Even small and medium-sized businesses, even mom and pop stores and individual persons can take action and can participate in the e-commerce and digital transformation of our economy. And these transactional business platforms that we have mentioned earlier, like Rappi, are ways to do that. However, we need to govern them and we need to balance the power of those transactional platforms that are usually overwhelming against the small businesses that we are seeing. The fourth point that I want to mention is that digitalization requires governance. And this is something that in the past has been a huge inhibitor to the digital transformation. What we are seeing is that now we have been pushed to transform without those policies. And even now, after a few months, we are seeing that impact. Many companies have been implementing digital services within the organization without proper policies on data privacy, without proper policies on data security, without proper labor protection laws in order to work and protect the employees. So there's a lot of things that we have passed by, pushed by the pandemic, and we need to catch up on this. And lastly, and most importantly, from an economic and society perspective, I believe that the digital transformation, if it continues the way it does, is going to be increasing the wealth gap and the divide between the different groups of our society. And we need to balance the technological process and progress with equality measures that we need to take. Supporting the weaker groups within the society, supporting the rollout of infrastructure for rural and for weaker groups in the society, and helping internet literacy increase, digital literacy increase within those groups, providing services. And I believe that this is something that is a request to government bodies and to governing bodies of every community, every city, and every country. So with that, I want to come to the end of my presentation. I believe that certainly the pandemic has a positive impact, has become an accelerator to digital transformation. All of that is coming with caveats that we need to work on. I hope I've been able to lay out some of those caveats, and I'm very curious and interested to see what Bogota is going to do with all those learnings and how it will evolve. Thank you very much for your time. Looking forward to the discussion.
La vida de las personas se construye con experiencias, con conocimiento, con información, con trabajo, con diversión. Pero también con esos encuentros que nos llenan el alma de esperanza. Y aunque parece imposible, el mundo nos invita a ver las cosas de una manera diferente. Ya no tenemos que estar sentados uno al lado del otro para sentirnos juntos. Podemos explorar cientos de mundos sin salir de casa. Tenemos todo el conocimiento al alcance de nuestra mano. Y podemos seguir revolucionando el mundo desde nuestro hogar. ETV. quiere cambiar la experiencia de todos los que vivimos en Bogotá.
Por eso ahora ETV es experiencias por toda Bogotá, experiencias y velocidad donde estés.
In terms of speed and activities in Bogotá.
Hola a todos, muy buenas tardes. Soy Juan Diego Alvira y es un placer, un honor acompañarlos en esta oportunidad nuevamente, porque ya uno prácticamente se consideraría como un viejo amigo de esta casa de Probogotá en esta conferencia 2020, donde para esta recta final tenemos unos temas muy interesantes para compartir con todos ustedes, y uno de ellos tiene que ver obviamente con ese frenazo en seco que produjo la pandemia, este COVID-19, pero al mismo tiempo los inmensos retos que esto ha implicado, especialmente para un sector que uno relaciona con el futuro, la tecnología. ¿Está preparada una ciudad como Bogotá para esos grandes retos y desafíos que nos ha impuesto, inclusive en sectores tan importantes como la salud, la educación, sobre todo en los desafíos que hay en telecomunicaciones, de nuevas tecnologías, del mundo digital, en fin. Pandemia acelerante de la transformación digital y cuarta revolución industrial. Un tema que vamos a tratar con dos invitados que, bueno, suena redundante decirlo, pero son dos invitados de lujo, además muy expertos en este tema que queremos abordar. Y uno de ellos es Sergio González, el presidente de la empresa de teléfonos de Bogotá, de la ETV, que nos acompaña en esta oportunidad para hablar mucho acerca de eso. ¿Qué se espera por parte de la alcaldía, por parte de la empresa ETV, para los bogotanos y para su futuro en materia de continuidad, de conectividad que tenemos preparado? Sergio, qué gusto saludarlo. Muy buenas tardes a esta hora.
Juan Diego, muy buenas tardes
Juan Diego,
a usted y a todo el equipo de Probogotá.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel and really to support with our vision and how we can contribute to the city and how we see this digital transformation that has been accelerated. We will have around 20 minutes so that you and Felipe, which is the high council member for the Ministry of Communications and IT in Bogotá. So Felipe, good afternoon, Sergio and Juan Diego. I would like to thank you, and it's interesting to be able to share with you the vision that we see
vamos a empezar con usted, Sergio, para hablar
de
lo que se ve venir en materia de nuevas tecnologías, de conectividad para Bogotá. ¿Cuál es el balance que usted hace en torno a los grandes desafíos? ¿Estamos preparados para afrontar estos retos, estos desafíos? ¿Cómo lo ves usted?
Juan Diego, es una buena pregunta.
Juan Diego, this is a really good question. I don't know, maybe if we have a way, I would like to share with you a presentation or a chart that I have where I could comment.
La pregunta es si estamos preparados o no.
The question about whether we're prepared or not, I think that this pandemic has been an accelerated digitalization. Let's go back just to the time when we came into this sanitary or health emergency, where we all went back home to work from home, and we had to make our life from our homes, and all of us connected to a screen and to communicate with each other through these media. So what it did was really, we needed to understand at the end of the day what it it means to have a priority for daily life, which is telecommunications. And that's why telecommunications are declared as an essential service, like light or like or water. I would like to share with you this view graph that you can see on the screen, because the accelerated digitalization that we are living in this pandemic, and that's why we're here today, all connected through the network. What really evidences is that gap, digitalization gap that we have in the country. When we see the figures, it's just a chart where we reflect. These are total figures of DANE, where we see the penetration of different services in the country. So electric power, 96.4%. It means that 96% of households are connected to the power grid. Aqueduct, for example, 86.4%. Sewage system, 76.6%. Natural gas, we have 66.8%. Garbage collection, so the country collects 81.9% of the households. But let's look at telecommunications that has become paramount. Our penetration, it's only 43.4% of households that are connected to mobile or fixed internet. That means that we have a gap of 64%. So 64% of households in the country do not have access to internet. And this is evident in a situation that we face today. These are real figures, actual figures of DANE. So let's analyze Bogota. Let's move to the next view graph to analyze the situation in Bogota. So the total of the country is 64% of households do not have internet connectivity. So let us imagine what could have happened with those homes. They haven't been able to work or they haven't been able to study.
Sergio, quería simplemente lo interrumpo solamente para tratar de poner esos datos y aterrizarlos. Usted dice que, o se podría ver así, 6 de cada 10 hogares colombianos en este momento
homes in Colombia households are connected or do not have connectivity. They do not have connectivity. This is the second observation. 6 out of 10 do not have connectivity.
Ese es un reto. Y en Bogotá, aterrizando el tema,
and now Bogota, when you talk about Bogota,
¿en la misma tendencia o peor?
Do we have the same trend or it's worse?
No, en Bogotá estamos un poco mejor.
In Bogota, we're a little bit better, but we can't be happy about the results we have. As you see it, which is really the way it's 3 out of 10 households do not have connectivity. So the gap is around 30%. So 3 out of every 10 do not have connectivity. We're a little bit better than the rest of the country. But if we are comparing at national level, obviously, because it's the capital city, it means that we're supposed to have improved infrastructure and more opportunities to find that connectivity.
De acuerdo, Bogotá representa el 22%
Bogota represents 22% of the total Colombian population, and they concentrate 32% of the GDP. So when we analyze the GDP per capita, which is it's 3 times the average, the country average. So that's when you realize why the total figure of is so different to Bogota. We're not saying that Bogota, we still have 3 out of 10 that are not connected from the networks. In a situation like the one we live in right now, it's really, it generates anguish. It's a responsibility from the government for all of us to really reduce that technology gap. Sergio, I think you touched on something very serious. When we're talking about telework, this pandemic really puts it to the test in terms of connectivity technology. A lot of people cannot do that because they lack connectivity. Other people because of other reasons, but also their education. And this topic, I would like to talk to you about this, Felipe. If you're in the mayor's office,
¿Cómo visualizan ese reto? de llevar la conectividad, la tecnología a las casas, pero de la gente más vulnerable de una ciudad como esta, que realmente no ha podido seguir teniendo clases virtuales porque no tiene tecnología ni tiene conectividad.
I think, Juan Diego, this is the best example. When you see the figures, Bogota has a more mature digital market when we compare ourselves to other cities in the country or the region. Maybe we could have households with access to internet, and we saw what happened during the pandemic, that even with this problems with access, we were able to continue working. Most of the education system was able to continue working, so a large group of students were able to have education through in their households. But the education secretary realized that around 130,000 households that are the poorest family, they did not have devices, they did not have access to internet. So the education system as such reacted with mixed strategies, with great work from teachers. So we generated a series of strategies to be able to service those people. But that was a priority for us in terms of development, to have a specific strategy to close this gap, to have sort of this internet with devices, and maybe next year we will be able to bridge that gap with the education secretary. In that regard, the pandemic also made evident not only the access, one of the challenges that we have ahead of us in how we use and make use of the technology. We have found some groups that we're already taking some actions to improve their competencies. We see that women, head of the homes, they can really make use of technologies. So what I would say from the mayor's office, we've been working, and I would like to, if you have the view graph that you used, where basically what we've seen is for us the most important thing from an intelligent territory and the digital transformation of Bogota. We need technology should be at the service of building capabilities, building opportunities, improving the quality of life, and empowering people. Let's move to the next view graph, please. And the plan of Bogota, Intelligent Bogota. So we see that that territory, what it does is to group our citizens and provide them with technology and innovation from the education system to build new capacities, that are aligned with this fourth revolution or industrial revolution, that help them to link, to enjoy life. But after that intelligent territory, that generates a series of opportunities for people in the economy through e-commerce, through the ecosystem, internet ecosystem. So being able to advise these people, to help people to access data, to participate in decisions like we're doing today, so that citizens are able to talk about how to use 50% of our budgets in local territories. So we have that empowerment, that in the daily life, the territory that is intelligent generates quality of life. Because we have digital transformation, each entity of the district of Bogota, we have 100 initiatives that impact the quality of life through services, to make decisions based on data, to be more efficient. And we have some enablers that hand in hand with the ATV, so this path
and that we are taking a curve. We should have every person in Bogota with capabilities. We need to build the infrastructure also. We're working hand in hand to be able to bridge the gap that we have in the city, emphasizing in the rural areas, which we have, where we have great challenges. Our analytic agencies for cross-section to really make use of data for services, and our public innovation lab, because in Bogota we already have wonderful things happening with the academia and with companies of technology. So we need to have all these capabilities to generate capabilities among our citizens. Very important what you're saying, Felipe. I don't want to pressure, but they're telling me that we only have 6 minutes to continue. So just as happened with this pandemic, we need to accelerate our technology to be a bit more succinct and to really. Sergio, you were talking about something that I believe it's very important today, telecommunications and the digital world as the equivalent of a public service, just like water and power. What do we need in Bogota to reach that ideal? Where is ETV heading? In the case of Bogota, as I was saying, 3 out of every households are not connected to the internet. And I think we have an important task to broaden that coverage. Right now, ETV has the greatest coverage in terms of fiber. We have around 70% of the cities or the household with fiber optics. But now in households, we are providing good speed, broadband speed. So for Bogota, the average connectivity speed in Bogota is a lot higher than in the rest of the country. In Bogota, it's around 50 megas, and this is the entry plan that we have as ETV. With respect to users that we are connected, they have the best connect. You're making a very good question. With respect to the city, what comes next? And the key topic is to understand that technological gap, and we, in a situation like the one we're living today, we can't have 3 out of every 10 households that are not connected. 3 out of 10 households that children, parents do not have access to education, they do not have access to data. So that's a responsibility from all of us. So from ETV, we have an investment plan that is we're going to invest around 1.2 trillion pesos, trillion pesos to broaden the infrastructure and to improve coverage and to increase the speed. So our objective is to reach around 90% coverage in fiber in Bogota. That's what we would like to have, not only in terms of connectivity of the city and households, but also to support the district government in all its digital transformation, and also to lead to make Bogota an intelligent city. So we have ambitious programs in terms of all the security cameras around Bogota. We've used technology provided by ETV. We have pilot programs of 5G, which is the new technology for mobiles. We have some pilot programs focused on specific cases such as security, mobility, and that's where we're heading. So all the efforts that ETV is making, it's really making Bogota to be a model of an intelligent city, and on the other hand, to broaden the coverage. So every time we have more and more households that have access to internet and access to connectivity, and just as you expressed, in an essential, vital service. That's to summarize. It's very important what you just mentioned, and really to sum up. Felipe, what would you like to reach? Let's be a bit. I'm not pessimistic, but I want to be really optimistic. But by 2030, how do you see Bogota with this industrial revolution, all that huge package towards the future that we have, and what we have coming towards us in the future?
what do I see? Everything we're doing is aimed at we have citizens in Bogotá that have built their capabilities. They're making good use of technology, especially around 4 processes. One, to sustain different sustainability processes, to how we relate to the resources, to change our habits, to how we move, how we relate to each other. The second one, to have an open government where technology and data allowed students to really control public administration. They define their priorities in terms of public investment, and they are co-responsible of the city. So technology and data became the drivers of productivity for opportunities for all citizens of Bogotá, not only for the economies that have already established, but all those population groups that are outside the economic system, and they found in this capabilities of access to internet, their participation. Well, Sergio, Felipe, thank you very much for our conversation. I know you're experts in the topic. We could stay here forever listening to you. You know a lot about this topic, but
Sergio, Felipe, muchísimas gracias por
conversación que hemos podido tener,
esta charla muy enriquecedora para conocer cuáles son los grandes desafíos y las apuestas que hay por parte de la administración distrital de Bogotá con todo esto que se nos vino encima y se precipitó con esta pandemia. Sergio, presidente de TV, muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Sergio, thank you very much for being with us.
A ustedes, Juan Diego, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Juan Diego, and to the entire Probogotá, and greetings to Felipe. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Juan Diego, thank you very much. And Sergio, we will continue working for this Bogotá Inteligente. Thank you, Juan Diego. Now we have our expert panel moderated by Juan Diego Alvira, who is a journalist and a presenter for Caracol Televisión. So we have the following video. We will see the challenges that we have in Bogotá to undergo the 4th industrial revolution and to use it in the reactivation stage. Bogotá is 92 between 109 economies in terms of intelligent cities, and Colombia is 61 among 63 countries in terms of the digital intelligence. But we cannot deny the role of the digital transformation for our economy to work in the past few months. Taking into account these facts, Probogotá has a connectivity infrastructure that allows to solve all the solutions, the use of all these, and in a regulation that uses a new everything that we want Bogotá to become an intelligent city and a leader around the region.
Pues a esta hora también damos paso a esta otra importante charla con unos invitados y expertos en el tema de la tecnología, de las TICs, para hablar de
communications and IT, to really go in depth in the challenges that we are facing in the future for Colombia, for the entire planet. And of course, when we analyze ourselves within this context and the implications of the pandemic, it accelerated a lot of things that we live in. We have new fields that it was evident that we lacked investment, that we needed more in technology. But even it has also shown the other positive phase of this pandemic, that we've rediscovered the entire strategy to be able to reach those objectives. So we would like to greet and welcome our experts. One of them is Marcelo
Cataldo. Él es presidente de TIGO, licenciado en informática de la Universidad Católica Nuestra Señora de la Asunción. Bueno, Si me pongo a leer
Well,
todo,
if
la
I read
presentación de la hoja de
everything,
vida, se nos va el tiempo y solo
the
tenemos 45
CV, and we only
minutos.
have
Así que
45
Marcelo, un
minutes.
abrazo, qué gusto tenerte.
Marcelo, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Hola, hola Juan Diego, un saludo para ti, un saludo a todo Bogotá y gracias por la invitación.
Good morning to all of you. You don't need to read my CV.
Pues con todo el respeto del
With
mundo,
all due
prefiero aprovecharlo,
respect, I rather
escuchándolo a
take
usted y dándonos
advantage
tanto,
and
compartiendo
listen
tanto
to you and
conocimiento.
sharing
También
your
quiero saludar
knowledge.
a
I
Andrés
would also
Cadena,
like to
Senior
greet
Partner de
Andrés
McKinsey
Cadena,
Global
a senior
Institute,
partner
que
for
nos acompaña a
McKinsey
esta hora.
Global Institute.
Andrés, un abrazo.
Andrés, welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon to all
Quiero
of you.
saludar a Juanita Rodríguez,
I'd like to
vicerrectora de innovación de
welcome
la
Juanita
Universidad
Rodríguez, the
IAN
Director of
y
Innovation for the
presidenta
IAN
del Consejo
University
Directivo
and
de
President of the Directive Council of Big TIC.
Un saludo para todos y mil gracias a
Thank
Probogotá por esta
you,
invitación.
Probogotá, for this
Diego
invitation.
Molano,
Diego
exministro de
Molano,
las TIC, consultor
ex-Minister
internacional
of
en temas
Communications
de innovación
and
y de
IT,
tecnologías. También un
an
placer
advisor
tenerlo
in
en este conversatorio.
topics of
Diego, un abrazo.
innovation and technology.
Diego, ¿sí me escucha?
Diego, can you hear
Sería
me?
el colmo. Creo que tiene el micrófono apagado,
I think
Diego.
your microphone is off.
Bueno, ya vamos a recuperar
Well,
a Diego y superar ese inconveniente
we
técnico. Y
need
aquí
to
mismo
overcome this.
tenemos
We
a
have with
Germán
us
Camilo Rueda,
Germán
viceministro de
Camilo
Transformación
Rueda,
Digital
Vice
del Ministerio
Minister
de las Tecnologías de la
for the
Información
Communication
y de
and
las
Tech
Comunicaciones.
IT
Germán Camilo, qué
Ministry.
gusto.
Juan Camilo, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome everyone and my panel members. This is an important topic that we are talking about today.
Son 5
Yes,
invitados, de
we
tal
have
manera
5
que
guests.
no es que se
So,
sientan presionados, ni mucho menos.
please,
Es que tengan la
I
posibilidad de
want
participar
all of you to
todos y
have
hablar
the
con
time
ustedes,
to
escucharlos la
participate.
mayor de las
I
veces,
want to listen
entre más
to you,
concretos
but
podamos
please,
responder
the
a las
more
preguntas,
concrete
pues
let us
muchísimas
answer
más
the
podemos
questions,
resolver. De tal manera
the more
que vamos a
questions we can
comenzar,
solve. So let us start
con usted, Germán,
with you, Germán,
viceministro,
as
como
Vice
parte del
Minister,
gobierno,
as
de las
part of the
políticas
government,
públicas,
part
de
of
lo que le
public
apuesta, por
policies,
ejemplo, el gobierno del presidente Iván Duque en
part of
nuestro
the
país en
tasks that you
materia
have ahead of
de
you
tecnología e
in terms of
innovación.
IT
¿Cuáles
and
son los grandes
innovation.
retos que
What
se
are
ven
the
venir después de todo
challenges
esto que
that
estamos
you
viviendo?
foresee
tenemos
after
varios retos por
with
delante
the
cuando
pandemic?
hablamos, por
When
ejemplo, a
we
nivel de
talk
ciudades,
about challenges,
estaba oyendo ahorita al alto consejero
I
TIC.
was listening
Tenemos unos
to
retos importantes en cuanto
the
al
advisor
desarrollo
in
de
terms of
habilidades,
communications and
creo que
IT. We
también
have
la
problems in
cooperación de los actores
building
y, por supuesto, al trabajo
capabilities and
colaborativo con la
players,
participación de los
cooperative,
ciudadanos, de las personas aquí,
collaborative
todos nosotros
actions
que
with
trabajamos en el
citizens.
sector público,
All of us that work
la
in the
apuesta
public
a la transformación
public
digital del
entity,
gobierno del
we
presidente Duque ha sido
provide
toda, desde
service.
las bases del Plan Nacional de Desarrollo. En el plan tenemos
The
hay dos
President
artículos,
Duque,
pero
there are
tenemos un
2
capítulo en las bases
articles,
dedicado a
and
la
we have an
transformación
article
digital, y en ese
that
sentido hemos
have
venido
to do
adelantando
with the
muchísimos
digital
proyectos.
transformation. So we've
Una
put
apuesta
in place a
grandísima
series of
talento, porque
projects.
uno de los retos
One is to improve
para
talent.
contestar
One of the
directamente y ser
challenges
muy concreto,
to be
sí,
very
sí, sí.
concrete.
Por supuesto.
Me tocó el papel de árbitro.
No,
después
total.
aquí,
No, y está muy
Well,
bien
I
para
need
poder
to
oír, por
be
supuesto, a todos. Pero sobre todo la apuesta
referee here, but really to build capabilities. When we talk about intelligent cities from the ministry, we've been conducting some works in intelligent cities, exposing maturity, part of the needs that we have, the officials have, the different players, is to know exactly where we're standing and how we define the way forward. So we have this maturity model through workshops. We have over 2,000 people participating. We're going hand in hand with a few territories and to help them build this roadmap. So a lot of workshop, a huge offer. We were listening to the DANE figures were really lagging behind in terms of connectivity and technology. 6 out of every 10 households do not have any connectivity. Well, we need to work not only with that from the ministry, IT ministry, we need to improve connectivity. Only with a new bid, spectrum bid, 4G, we would be able to reach 3,000 municipalities. From 2020 to 2000, we have 500,000 households that will be connected in the midst of the bids that we have and schools to connect schools. But also we have to build capabilities. We have an initiative, 100,000 programmers This is an investment of talent. For the ecosystem, we're working with teachers for programming for children, for boys and girls. Many fronts. The same questions for Diego Molano, former ministry. Today he's an international advisor. How do you foresee what came about?
¿Me escuchan ahora sí?
Ahora sí, perfecto. Ya no nos falló la tecnología.
Muchas gracias por la invitación. Qué
I hope you can hear me now. Thank you very much for this invitation. Well, the truth is that what the pandemic has done is to lift the cover, and we've been able to see reality, and this reality has both good and bad things. The good things is that digital transformation got accelerated for those who were able to transform themselves digitally, for those who had the skills, for those who could do telework. Imagine a city like Bogota. We went from approximately 6% teleworkers to almost 30% teleworkers, thanks to the pandemic. And this has to do with what Felipe was saying in the previous panel, and that is, it's not only whether we're properly connected or not, but how we use technology. You know, these are good news. But the bad news is, and what about the rest of the people? Between 20 and 35% of the people in Bogota can telework. How about the remaining 70%? Same thing happens with education. You ask in Bogota, have you connected to the internet? Most of the people say yes. And then you ask them, and how are you connected to the internet? They say, well, no, I have my smartphone. And how are you connected to 4G? And then you say, okay, good. And what do you do? And then they tell you, well, I have a data plan, prepaid data plan for WhatsApp. And how many people use a smartphone? Well, me, my wife, and my 4 children. You know, when you look at the case of Bogota, how many, or rather, the vast majority of households do not have a computer. The vast majority don't have one. So what we're seeing in households, and these are the surveys of the National Consultancy Service, they show, or a survey center, they show that 44% of the households don't have computers. Only 12% have one computer for each individual. So there are positive and negative things. Positive things, yes. Big companies accelerated their digital transformation. Those are wonderful news. But how about SMEs? SMEs are falling behind. So there is the half full glass and the half empty glass. There is a wonderful piece of news. The world of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are doing very well, and we're very happy because in general there are more people with doing entrepreneurship programs. There's resources for entrepreneurships. We're seeing improvements in risk capital invested in businesses. That's the example of Rappi, but below Rappi there's many interesting companies, and this is a good opportunity. But the topic of intelligent city has many different areas, and we have to work on all of them. One is connectivity. Second is that the government needs to become transformed, that the government uses technology, and unfortunately, we're not going at the speed that we should be going. We need to go faster. The third point is how to make sure that SMEs get transformed. The fourth topic, very important, is how to give rise to more entrepreneurship. And for this, your first question is key. And the question was talent. Talent is the most important thing. And according to IMD studies, and I am part of these Swiss IMD studies, and you saw that in the previous report, the biggest challenge that we have is that and it's where we're doing the worst is in talent. That's why I applaud Herman's initiative of these 100,000 programmers. But we not only need programmers, all professionals have a little bit of systems engineers. We need more women in this. And finally, we need leaders doing this digital transformation. Allow me then to hand the floor to Juanita for her to give us her standpoint to see if she shares your positions. Juanita, how do you see these projections and the big challenges?
Bueno, Juan Diego, pues muchísimas gracias.
Juan Diego, thank you very much. I fully agree with what has been mentioned. At this very moment, I believe that there is something additional that we should consider, and it's a topic of sustainability in cities. Last year in Bogota, we had our first environmental emergency, fully clear, and this makes us think about some data that are important. 80% of the population of Latin America will be living in cities in the year 2050, according to data from IDB, and 70% of the energy coming from cities is generated based on fossil fuels, meaning that almost 70% of emissions, carbon emissions, also will come from the city. So we have to start thinking about how we're going to be using all this fourth generation technology to become sustainable cities, to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, talking about sustainable cities. And since we're in red, because precisely we're looking at the effects of climate change, and we're changing these into durable and in many cases irreversible changes, we have said that until the year 2050, we should only have a 1.5 degrees centigrade increase in temperature, and experts say that we're already around 2%. This means that we will be losing islands. The Palaos Island in the Pacific will be disappearing in about 15 years' time. These are concrete effects. So we're already in red. We must also think about having not only cities that compensate, but cities that regenerate. And here the technology is key. Thinking about cities, 15 minutes cities where we have the opportunity of living our neighborhood, of having less emissions, because we have urban farms where we produce locally and we produce what we consume locally, and thus reducing the environmental impact of transportation, and at the same time the possibility of thinking how, just like Oslo, having a specific budget for climate and buildings such as we have this year, and the examples are always Norway and so on, and I mentioned this anyway, buildings that already generate twice as much the energy that they consume thanks to renewable energies. So these are the types of discussions that we shall hold that must be included in the land planning discussions and urban planning discussions. Here we have the fourth revolution concepts with the possibility of innovating by using examples of nature. This is called biomimesis. And if we have more and more entrepreneurships looking at the examples of nature, taking them to the use of our day-to-day materials. For example, in Bogota, I think it's amazing that we have air conditioning, because and that would be fundamental considering our intelligent buildings. Well, Juanita Rodriguez is the director of the University. She's the vice president of innovation, and I would like to invite at this very moment Andrés Cadena, senior partner of McKinsey. Well, thank you very much for this invitation. I cannot agree any more with my fellow panelists and the panelists from the previous panel. I think what we're seeing is a profound change in our society, a profound change in the way in which we interact, and the social contract. Before COVID and before the pandemic, we had done an exercise of seeing seeing what the impact of digital economy would be in the future of work in Colombia. Before the pandemic, we had identified that almost 52% of the activities that we undertake in Colombia and in Bogota were already susceptible of being digitized. They had not been digitized because it was costly, or because there were other alternatives in the market, or because regulations didn't facilitate this. But COVID is changing this. 52% is not only now digitized, but it's doing so very quickly. We know that in the past 6 months, the curve of digitization of the country moved forward in sectors such as e-Congress and connectivity. We have seen step changes, leaps forward. Unfortunately, the process that we have seen not only generates pressure on the labor market and will do so more and more, but as was being said in the previous panel, and as was saying the Vice Minister, this is being done so through a process that generates inequality, both in individuals as well as in companies. For you to have interesting data, we have been reviewing during the COVID months the difference in digitization capacity between SMEs and big companies in Bogota. The difference is 7 times. Consumption, e-commerce went up, but not for everyone. 66% of the households, of high-income households, are important users of e-commerce. Only 17% of households of low-income households. Very much related with what you're saying, only the fact that 1/3 of the households are connected. So this industrial revolution, digital revolution, that promises to be a way in which the country, and Bogota in particular, can move forward, needs to be planned. That cannot happen for it to happen on its own. We cannot leave it to happen on its own because this accelerates inequalities. But that's not how it has to be. And here I want to table the following thesis, and that is we can take advantage of the digital economy and this big trend that we're seeing worldwide and in Colombia to be able to do a quantum leap in development in Bogota. And I'm not only going to mention it from a social but also from an economic standpoint, and that is defining a strategy, and that is choosing some things and not doing others. And in this case, given the situation of Bogota, given the need that has become evident after COVID of the use of digital technologies, this city could make a decision, and that is making of the new technology a strategic sector and a pole of social and economic development. But they have to do a true and actual wager supported by the national government, the private sector, and community as a whole. And for that, I believe 6 points are required that together would allow you to create a sector of this nature. When we talk about creating a sector, I'm talking about new market with supply and demand, and we need to facilitate for these to come together. The first is, if we really want this, we need to establish an aspiration that it goes beyond the aspiration of a mayor's office and a mayor, and that becomes the aspiration of a city, and that is generating 50,000 employments in this sector, 20% of the potential exports of the city. In the coming 12 years, we will develop an investment of close to $2 million in new specific areas in this sector. These figures, of course, would need to be taken to a more profound study, but we would need to start defining with specific figures and numbers what we want to achieve. Secondly is where? What's the focus? Here, to generate a sector of this nature, we need to generate demand and then supply. And I would like to start by this, by focusing on the demand. Why? Because something happened. No, we're not censoring anyone. This is no censorship. Do we have you? Let me finish the idea. Let me finish my idea very quickly.
Bueno, no se preocupe, Marcelo. Los que
Marcelo
ríen de
will
último
give you
ríen
enough
mejor.
time.
Ya vendrá
I
su
will
turno
give you enough
para que se
time, don't
despache de más.
worry.
Andrés, termine la idea, por favor.
Please finish your idea,
Las
Andrés.
6 formas de crear ese mercado.
So the
La
6
primera,
ways of
tener
creating the
una aspiración
market.
real con
First,
números
having an
concretos.
actual aspiration
La
with concrete
segunda,
numbers. The second,
incentivar desde el punto de vista de la demanda con el
incentivizing
apoyo
from
del
the side
gobierno
of demand
nacional
with the support of the
y el
national
apoyo del gobierno
government and
local.
the support of the
Y eso es
local
básicamente
government.
seguir
And this
desarrollando
is
educación,
basically continue
salud,
developing
movilidad,
education,
servicios
health,
sociales y
mobility,
públicos,
social services,
seguridad
public services,
y
security, and
La
justice.
tercera,
The third,
revisar la regulación de incentivos en
reviewing
particular.
regulation
Yo
and
tengo una
incentives
teoría,
in
la podemos
particular. I
compartir
have a
en otro
theory and I
espacio
can
más
share
amplio,
it
y
in
es que
another
los
space,
incentivos
and
que
that is
tenemos en
that
Colombia
incentives that we
no
currently
son
have in
equivalentes
Colombia
a los que se han
are
venido
not
desarrollando en otros
equivalent to
países,
those that have been
aún
developed
después
in
de la
other
ley
countries,
actual.
even after the current law.
La cuarta
Fourth,
es la infraestructura y financiación,
the
que
financing
tiene que ver mucho con la
infrastructure
parte de la
that
oferta.
has to do with
Nosotros
the
necesitamos
supply.
crear
We need
realmente
to create,
una zona
truly
económica especial en
create a
Bogotá
special
si queremos
economic
que esto ocurra.
area in Bogotá if
Ese
we want this to
proyecto
happen.
ha
That
estado
project
por lo
has
menos desde hace
been
3 o 4
at least
alcaldías y
hanging
no ha
in the
avanzado a
area
la
for the
velocidad que
past
quisiera.
3-4
Y
mayors'
no
offices,
tenemos
and it
estas
has
zonas
moved
económicas
forward and
especiales
at the
de
speed that we
exportación de
needed. We
servicios
don't have
que hemos
the special
hablado
economic
desde hace mucho. El fondeo,
possibilities to
sacar
export
un fondo de
services.
venture capital
Funding,
como lo ha planteado
having a
Bancoldex, pero
funding of venture
exponencial
capital
varias
as
veces.
established by Bancoldex
Institucionalidad,
exponentially in a
hacerlo
couple
como un
of times.
proyecto ciudad de largo plazo
Institutionality, this
en
should
donde
be a
Probogotá
city project in
podría
the
jugar un
long term
papel
where
muy importante
Probogotá could
junto
play a
con la
significant role,
alcaldía, por supuesto,
together with the
y
mayor's
con las
office, of
universidades.
course, and
Y
with the
por último,
different
como lo decía
universities.
el
And finally,
exministro
as the
Diego,
former
talento.
minister
Todas estas cosas sí
said,
necesitamos
talent, this cannot be done if
Esos
we
6
don't have the
puntos
talent. These
trabajados
6
desde el
points
punto de vista de cómo generar un
worked on
clúster en la
from
ciudad,
the standpoint of how to generate a
realmente
cluster
entre
in the
todos pueden
city
llevarnos a
all
que
together
logremos una
can lead
transformación muy
us to
importante en
having a
Bogotá.
very important transformation in
Sí,
Bogotá.
gracias, Andrés. Le compro la tesis. La verdad, no, yo no sé
Thank you
mucho
very
del
much,
tema,
Andres.
pero
I don't
le
know
compro la
much
tesis.
of
Suena
this, but
bastante
I
bien. No sé si
believe it
opinan lo
sounds
mismo
very good.
el resto de
I don't know if
panelistas,
the
pero
other
déjeme ahora
panel
sí
members
cederle la palabra a usted, a Marcelo
feel
Cataldo,
the
quien es el
same, but
presidente de
now
Tigo,
let me hand the
para que nos
floor to
hable de
Marcelo
los
Cataldo,
desafíos, de los retos.
president of
¿Cómo
Tigo,
ve
for him
usted
to
desde
talk
su
about
óptica
challenges.
lo
How do
que
you
se nos
see,
viene
from
en
your
cuanto a
standpoint,
política
what
pública,
is
pero también a
coming
las
towards
apuestas
us
de los
in terms of
emprendimientos, de
public
la empresa privada, en
policies,
fin?
but with wagers, private
Bueno, yo creo que
corporations, and so on?
mis colegas ya dijeron bastante.
Well, my colleagues already said a lot in terms of connectivity and the challenges of individuals. Allow me to focus on 2 things. The first one, the main challenge that the cities, whether intelligent cities or not, is adapting to the habits that this new normal life showed us. The context of the pandemic showed that social interaction, context, all the works that we always believed could be done remotely, today can be done digitally in a virtual world. This adaptation context of us as individuals of the city is an element that started today and will never ever end, and it has accelerated, as Vice Minister Diego said. So this is the first point, adaptation to this new reality. And the second is the acceleration of intelligent cities. The phenomenon of urban planning is impressing. Today, 55% of individuals live in urban areas. In the year 2050, it will be 70%. In Latin America, we're already at 70%, and we will reach 85%, meaning that all the challenges that the city has today, transportation, weather, the inequality, what Andres and Juanita mentioned, will be accelerated, will be promoted. So the biggest challenge is to be able to manage this technology in a sustainable way. That means to say that we need to turn the cities into intelligent cities. A city is intelligent because we put infrastructure and technology? No. An intelligent city needs to have an integrated and sustainable development. Intelligent cities are innovative, competitive, etc. But there are very important elements that need to exist. Participation of the public sector, interaction between sectors, and the whole technological topic. Why participation of the public sector? Let me give you an example. Today, in this new normal world, their telework laws are obsolete. Think of the law that we have that regulates telework. That is is not the reality. What we need is a flexible remote work that is quick, expeditious, that can be dynamized today, not tomorrow, at home, at my university, wherever. And so we need to combine all these elements for this to work. Bogota is a city that is very well placed, according to IES, which is one of the most important studies of smart intelligent cities, is in place 117. It's the first one in Colombia, but we're far from other Latin American cities that are below number 100. An intelligent city, different, solves its problems in an integral way, rating it by categories, and involves everyone. So the combination of the new normal life in the pandemics and the acceleration to become an intelligent and sustainable city because of the acceleration of urbanism are two key elements that I see as challenges that need to be solved by all cities. So in the second part, I would like to talk about another very important topic, focusing on Bogota and in the terms that you already mentioned, intelligent city, what Juanita mentioned, I think is very valuable, 15-minute cities. That is a concept. There is a Colombian, Carlos Moreno, who's advisor to the mayor of Paris, and these concepts of turning these cities in much friendlier cities, cities closer to individuals, for there to be quality of life, like police centers. It's amazing how to be intelligent. What's missing in Bogota for Bogota to be a truly intelligent city? For elections of the pandemic, what we learned from this crisis allow us to turn into an intelligent city. I don't know if we should start from in the other direction. Let's start with Marcelo, with the last person to speak in the previous question. Well, I think that the first challenge that was also mentioned in the previous channel is the digital and connectivity gap. Sergio mentioned this. 7 out of 10 dwellers in Bogota don't have connectivity. That's 70%. Without connectivity, it is difficult to achieve what you mentioned. So this is a big challenge. Secondly, it's the saturation of the capability that we currently have. We, as technology company, we work every day to keep our customers connected, but obviously, when the traffic increases 40% from one day to the next, this generates big challenges to bandwidth, with broadband. The commitment, in this case of Tigo, is firm with the city of Bogota. We're increasing the networks, we're installing antennas. We have installed about 300 antennas in Bogota, so the 30% of the unconnectedness, we will mitigate it. Behind connectivity, there is a planning based on prioritization. Juanita mentioned some of the examples that we have in terms of challenges in Bogota. The climate weather topic appeared, or climate topic appeared here in the discussion, mitigate the climate, and all this has to be included in a city government program supported by companies and supported by technology. Without this, it would be very difficult to move forward. And listen to what Diego mentioned, the acceleration of companies. Companies also need to invest in digitization. One KPMG report, I'm sorry, Andres, I didn't look for a report by you, says that 33% of the business, of the managers found that the first obstacle is that they were not ready for the digital acceleration that came about. So all these elements need to be combined. Infrastructure companies, we need to put the technology at service, and all other companies, despite how small, they need to wager on the virtual world and the digital world, because this is going to be the new reality. And amidst the government needs to help with the flexible regulations that allow this to become faster. Marcelo, there was a topic that was mentioned in the discussion with Sergio and Felipe, and I think that Diego also mentioned this, the topic of computers. There are families, even as a journalist, I have seen this, households in Bogota that don't have a computer at home. It is very difficult that they are at the level of connectivity. How do you see this, Andres?
de la problemática que estábamos hablando ahorita,
Well, that's
y es
part of
esa
the
última
problem
milla,
that
cómo
we
llegar
were
en la última milla.
discussing. That's the
Ahora, frente
last
a la
mile.
pregunta que tú
How
hacías
to overcome this
de
last
cómo lograr que
mile.
Bogotá sea una
As
ciudad
to your
inteligente, yo la
question,
cambiaría,
how
porque
to
es que
make sure
Bogotá
that
va a ser
Bogota
una ciudad
becomes an
inteligente, por
intelligent city.
definición, es la
I would
capital
change the
del
question.
país,
I think that
y todas las ciudades van a
Bogota is
llegar a ser
going to
unas
be, as
ciudades
the capital of
inteligentes.
Colombia,
La pregunta es a qué
an
velocidad.
intelligent city. The
¿Nos va a tomar
question
esto
is
10
at what
años o lo
speed?
vamos a poder
Is
hacer
this
en un
going to
tiempo
take
récord y lo
us
vamos a hacer
10 years,
realmente
or
una
are we going
aceleración
to do this in a
importantísima
record time,
que
or
genere
are
una
we
productividad
going to
importante
do
en la
this
ciudad?
quickly,
Para
generating an
mí,
important
esa es la gran inquietud, si somos
productivity
capaces
for
de
the
hacerlo
city?
más rápido
To me,
de lo
that's
que
the
la
question. The
inercia nos
faster we
llevaría.
do it,
Y
faster than
hacerlo más
what
rápido va a
inertia
implicar
would
que generemos un
take us to.
mercado
And also
mucho más
this would
grande
mean that
en
we have a
Colombia y
larger
mucho más grande en
market in
Bogotá. Y
Colombia,
yo arrancaría
larger in
nuevamente,
Bogota. And I
déjame
would
que
start,
enfatice eso, por la
allow me
demanda.
to emphasize on this. I would
El
start
país
with
y la
the
ciudad
demand. The
van a
country
demandar
and
y
the
sus ciudadanos
city
van a
will
demandar, y lo
demand,
estamos
and the
viendo,
citizens
muchísimo más
will
de lo que
demand,
estamos
and
siendo
we're
capaces de
seeing it
otorgar en este momento.
much more than we're
Tanto en
capable
capacidad
of
última
giving
milla
them at
conectiva
this very
última
moment,
milla, como en
both with
servicios
the
a los
last mile
ciudadanos, como en educación,
capacity as
como en la
well as with
carpeta
services to
digital
citizens,
para
education,
la salud,
digital,
como en los temas judiciales,
supply,
etc.
judicial matters,
Eso
and
es
so
una
on.
gran ventaja. Cuando un
This
mercado tiene
is
una
a big
demanda,
advantage. When
una
a
demanda natural,
market has a
es un
natural
mercado que tiene un
demand,
potencial de
it's a
desarrollo
market
inmenso.
that has a
Necesitas es que la
huge
oferta
growth
se desarrolle
potential.
y que se
What you
encuentre
need
esa
is
oferta y la
the
demanda.
supply to
Y
grow
ese es el
and
gran
that they
objetivo.
meet.
¿Cómo logras
And
tú
that's the biggest
que dado que
objective.
existe esa
How
demanda,
do you
esa demanda la
make
puedas
sure
monetizar
that with the
en
demand
proyectos
that you can
específicos que
monetize this in
aceleren
specific
casi que inclusive
projects that
artificialmente la
accelerate
oferta
almost
de este mercado
artificially
y
the supply
desarrollemos en
of this
Colombia y
market,
desarrollemos
and
en
that
Bogotá
we develop in
esos
Colombia
clústeres
and
de
in Bogota
digitalización que se
those
requieren, ese talento que se
digitization
requiere.
clusters that are
Hay que
required,
invertir
the
ahorita,
talent
hay que
required. We
invertir
need to invest
fuertemente,
now strongly.
pero en estos momentos
But at this
post-pandemia,
very moment,
donde el
after the
país y la
pandemic,
ciudadanía entenderían
where
las
the
razones por
country
las
and the
cuales
citizens would understand the
sobreinvertimos en algunos
reasons why
temas,
we
es que hay que
overinvest in
aprovecharlo
certain
para tener el
countries,
capital
that's
político y
what we
hacerlo.
need to take advantage
Y
of,
eso requiere
to
que el
take
gobierno
the
nacional,
political
el gobierno
capital, and
local
this
y
would
los
require the
empresarios trabajen en
national,
conjunto.
local governments and the businessmen work together hand in hand. Thank you. How do you see this, Juanita? I think that we have a challenge, Juan Diego, quite a big one. When we face the possibility of having citizens that use more and more technology in a scenario such as the COVID that made us telework, to me, cybersecurity is a big concern. The Sustainable Development Goal talks about the need of sustainable and safe cities. At the beginning of this afternoon, the topic of security was mentioned, but we're talking about physical security. What do I do when in COVID times, and according to figures of the Cyber Police Center, between January and November the 2nd this year, there was an increase of 81% of cyber crime. In the times of COVID, there was also an increase in 102% of cases, specifically in topics of rip-off and in terms of phishing, which is when they send you a mail where you click on somewhere and they steal your bank data. So imagine in these times, and us thinking about emerging technologies in the Internet of Things, in having things censorized, and what this will mean. Cyber criminals that could stop traffic, cyber criminals that could do attacks on intelligent vehicles, cyber criminals that could collapse the power network of a city. So here we have a huge responsibility. The government has done a big part. In Colombia, we have a cybersecurity strategy that has been updated 3 times already. It's an example in Latin America. There's a lot to do still, but we already started. Nonetheless, we need users to be more aware, because imagine if we enter just any page and buy just anything, and we click on just any link that is sent to us, because evidently the weakest link in the chain is the users. We need to have a much stronger strategy to generate awareness. Private companies need to understand that they have to have people working on information security and an officer of information security and cybersecurity working in their companies, doing efforts to bulletproofing those companies and developing companies, for example, example of sensors developed in a safe way. Imagine us having intelligent cameras. Only in 2016, one of the biggest attacks in the world was done by putting Airbnb and Netflix down using surveillance cameras. So I would like to mention this topic. If we want to have safe and sustainable cities and secure cities, we need to pay special attention to cybersecurity. Diego, how do you see this? Intelligent city, Bogota, and going back to what Andrés said, do you think we will, of course, one day we will get there. The question is, when?
Bueno, la verdad es que aquí todo el mundo tira para
Well,
un
the
lado,
truth
¿no?
is that
Entonces,
everyone pulls in their own direction
alguien dice que
here.
hay que mejorar la conectividad.
Someone says, no, we have to
Otros
improve
dicen, oye, es que
connectivity.
mira que hay
Others
una
say,
demanda
no,
gigante
there's a
y
huge
pues tenemos que
demand
satisfacerla,
that
la
needs to be
ciberseguridad,
supplied,
todo, hay que trabajar en todos los
cybersecurity.
frentes.
I
Pero
think
para
all
mí,
fronts
la
need to be worked on.
prioridad
But to me,
es el trabajo, el empleo.
the priority
Si la
is
gente no
employment.
tiene empleo,
If people
pues
don't have
¿qué vive?
employment,
¿De qué come?
what do they live off? What do
Y
they
el
live
COVID,
off?
Look, la pandemia
this pandemic
nos ha mostrado que
has showed
se aceleró ese cambio del trabajo.
has shown that
los trabajos del futuro ya no son del futuro, son del presente.
labor in the
Entonces, el
future
tema es
is not
cómo
the
hacemos
future,
para
not
que
the work
Bogotá
is not that of the future, it's the work of
el
the
gran
to now, of the day
proveedor
today,
de empleo,
and how to make sure
de que,
that Bogota
de que
becomes a big
millones de bogotanos
provider
se
of
puedan subir a sus
employment, that
empleos
millions of
que antes eran del
inhabitants
futuro y
in
que hoy
Bogota
ya son
can
del presente.
have access
¿Cómo?
to these jobs
Yo soy un ejemplo
that
de ello. Yo soy
used to be future
teletrabajador.
jobs,
Ayer
but today they're the
ayer
jobs
estuve
of today.
trabajando
I am a
en Washington y
teleworker.
hoy estoy trabajando,
Yesterday I was
trabajando desde Santa
working
Marta, la próxima semana
from
estaré
Washington.
trabajando desde
Today I'm
Bogotá.
working from Santa Marta. Next week I will be working from Bogota.
Digamos, ¿cómo hacemos para que
How do
en
we
ese nuevo mundo que
do
no
so that
tiene
in this new
fronteras,
world that
en
has no
donde es un
borders,
nuevo mundo de
in this new
freelancers, de la
world
gente
where it's a world of freelancers,
trabaja
of people who work
libremente y además las empresas pues ya demostraron
freely,
que
and
las empresas
companies
demostraron que el
show
teletrabajo
that
llegó para
telework
quedarse.
is here to
Entonces, ¿cómo
stay.
hacemos para que Bogotá
How
sea
do we
realmente
do
una
for
gran
Bogota to be
potencia
truly
en
a
esos nuevos
power
empleos?
in these
Esa para mí
new
es la prioridad, porque es que
work
sí, el gran
employments?
problema
To me, that's a
de
big
todos
question.
los países
The biggest
con el COVID
problem of
es el
all
desempleo.
countries with the COVID is
Entonces nosotros
unemployment.
tenemos que
So we
acelerar este
need
tema
to
¿y
accelerate
el
the
problema
pace.
qué es?
And what is
Pues
the
dos,
problem?
uno lo que
The
dice
problem
Andrés,
is
cómo
to actually,
atraemos la
one, what
inversión
Andrés
para
is saying, how to
que
attract
esta
investment
inversión esté en
so
Bogotá,
that
las empresas en
investment
Bogotá, pero para que eso
is in
pase,
Bogota.
no solo hay que
For
traer
that to
dinero y las
happen,
empresas, sino
we
tener
need
el
money
talento.
and
Y otra vez
companies
la
need to
prioridad
have the
es
talent.
talento,
And
talento,
again, the word is talent, talent, talent.
Hermano, usted como viceministro
Herman,
mencionaba
as
ese
Vice
punto,
Minister,
¿no?
you
Dentro de
did
los
mention
diferentes
that among
frentes
the different
que
fronts
tienen dentro de las
that
estrategias
you
y políticas
have
del gobierno.
in the
¿Cómo
strategies
lograr
and
eso?
policies of
Pero
the government, how
cuando
to
uno revisaba
achieve
las
this.
cifras del DANE,
But
por
when we
ejemplo,
looked at
en plena
the
pandemia, más de
figures
5
of the
millones de
statistics
desempleados que
office,
llegamos a tener ha
5
disminuido.
million unemployment,
La
and
manufactura,
but of course
¿cómo
this
hacemos
has
para
gone down.
trabajar con
Manufacturing,
manufactura? ¿Qué es
how
lo
do
que
you
más genera
work
empleo? La
in
construcción, el
manufacturing,
comercio. ¿Cómo
construction?
cambiar esos
How
roles
do you
entonces y ese
change these
talento?
roles and
¿Cómo
these
lograr
talents?
tener una
How to
perspectiva en
manage
ese
to have
orden
a
de ideas?
perspective? Juan Diego, and I would like to link this to the question that you're asking, because it's important to have this from the perspective of Bogota. Something that we worked with the minister is working on projects of impact. It's part of the thing of what Bogota has to do, and not only Bogota, but other territories, is change something that is cross-cutting, not only in the manufacturing sector, but thinking cross-cutting in all sectors is to think about the needs of users. Not everything can be done at the same time. That's why it's important to be very aware. And at the beginning, I mentioned citizen participation, be very much connected with the needs. Juanita mentioned environmental topics, cybersecurity. There are many, many alternatives, many options. That's why it's so important to be able to prioritize, to have a bigger impact and a faster impact. Andrés also mentioned the speed. So thinking about Bogota and the change that is required, prioritizing this work is key. Where is the biggest impact to be able to direct resources properly? And additionally, doing an articulated work, coordinated work with other actors, because many times you remain in a silo. Bogota has been an important example because Bogota is, it said Bogota Intelligent Region, not Intelligent City, because we need to coordinate with other actors. And the third thing that I would like like to say, regardless of the industry, is that you approach what we're doing at the ministry. We've talked about connectivity equipment. We are working on taking this connectivity throughout the country, not only connectivity, but also mobile. This year, we are going to hand over next year over 170,000 together with Impulsa and the Trade Ministry to help micro and SMEs and to give not only talent to teachers, but working with children. It's important to plant the seeds. We're not doing the work for today, but we're thinking of what is needed in the future. We're co-finance initiatives, the injection that was mentioned. We're co-finance next year in 10 territories. That's what we want to reach out to 10 territories that are coordinated with other actors to articulate, to coordinate events. Excuse me to interrupt, Germán, but yesterday I read that the orange economy that has been one of the big wagers and bets of this government has been seriously affected, like so many things amidst of the pandemic. But that was the big bet. What happened? So how are things after the pandemic? No, this is part of what's continue being worked on with the Ministry of Culture. We have strategies of digital experiences. We have a cultural richness. We have resilience, innovation, lots of creativity in this country. And yes, we've had a big blow this week. Part of the events that we had are led by the Ministry of Culture, the big forum of arts, because we want to take the tools to all Colombians from the different regions in the country. And we're complementing this with our offers of e-trade, e-commerce. We gave free trainings this year, free web pages for people to learn the technology, and this accelerated the transformation. Even if we were not ready, we had to, and there we were trying to move forward because the wager of the orange technology, orange economy is still there, and we need to take advantage of not only the digital world, but in the physical world with crafts, handicrafts, to prepare the country to be appealing for companies from abroad to come and do productions here, and everything related to that, not only in the digital topics, but also in everything related to the orange economy. So we're still working on that. We complement and supplement from the digital world, and the invitation is not only to Bogota, but to all who are connected, that they know our programs, because it happens many times when we travel to the regions with the minister. We're constantly traveling every week to be very much connected to the regions and to all Colombians, and to tell them what's happening, because many times they don't know all the work that we're doing in the government. Vice Minister of ICTs, thank you very much. Time went by flying, very enriching, all your interventions. Thank you to all panel members, Diego Molano, Andrés, Juanita, Marcelo. Thank you all very much, and thank you very much for being with us here this afternoon in this final last sessions of Probogotá. Thank you very much for sharing with us and learning, and thank you for learning in these wonderful conferences of Probogotá.
Diego, y muchísimas gracias a todos
thank you,
nuestros
Juan Diego,
panelistas.
and thank you to all our panel members. It's been a long day, but we cannot go without listening to the voice of the entrepreneurs. Therefore, for this closing, the closure of the conference Probogotá 2020, we will have Juan Carlos Pinzón will be with some of our businessmen.
In
2030, Bogotá and Cundinamarca will require the construction of around 4 million new housing, which increases the energy power consumption. That's one of the most ambitious programs of our company, Bogotá Región 2030. The objective will be to service the regions of the country for an electric system of the first world. The commitment with entities, authorities, and other people involved. We will have 30 substations located strategically around Cundinamarca, revamping our services with the best institution. We work for the progress and development of the nation.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Now to close this great conference, we've had a series of most important members who talked about employment reactivation, and of course the entire conversation related to the future of urban planning. It was a pleasure to see those presentations that we had today. When we talk about security as well, this perception aspect is it's significant. People are concerned, and when we have no trust and this perception, we have no investment. That's the essence of citizens. And lastly, what we saw was technology, and I think today we all talk about technology, and it was great to listen to those experts because of the pandemic accelerated the future, and it brought us today to where we are today. Things that we knew were going to happen, maybe having this event for many thousands of people in a digital environment. I think it's interesting, and we needed to close with a central topic. When we're talking about employment, when we're talking economic reactivation, when we're talking about real life, we're talking people's pockets, what comes to the richest families, what we can do. So, to have in the midst of that situation, to be able to come together and to manage and meet their dreams and aspirations. Medium, small, large companies are fundamental, are instrumental to a certain extent. Our business leaders are vital. What's coming for those families? Because really the work, the employment, the activity, sources of income really are related to this topic. So therefore, that's why it's so important to close with this conversation. Today we have with us today people of high level. They have great knowledge, but above all, they have a great commitment. They work for Colombia, they make efforts to have greater economic activity, but they're concerned about their employees, and through them, their families, the country as a whole. First of all, we have Sylvia Escobar with us. Sylvia is the president of Terpel. She announced a few days ago that she was leaving Terpel after a huge effort that she has made, after making Terpel the largest private company of Colombia. So it is an honor to have a woman like her. She's a great human being, and she is leading that great initiative. Also, we have Lucio Rubio with us. Lucio manages Inel. It's one of the companies that people from Bogotá and the people from Cundinamarca have liked, have access to power, and they are working on an innovation that will obviously listen how technology changes, generate new opportunities and new realities. We have with also Roberto Moreno. Roberto, he is the president of Amarillo. Amarillo is one of the largest building companies in Colombia. They build not only housing and shopping malls, but they also receive international funds, and they provide employment to many people. It would be interesting to listen to these success stories in the midst of this conjuncture. And also we will have the connection with Eduardo Pacheco. Eduardo is the president of Grupo Colpatria, the president of Probogotá, and also it's a group that is not only dedicated to generating employment, housing, building, and also in terms of digitalization, and if you will, the new economy. So it will be a pleasure to listen to these leaders, to Colombian leaders. And Lucio, who is a Spanish, who's been in Colombia for 23 years. You're more Colombian than any other Colombian, so
Será un gusto también
So it will be a pleasure to listen to you and know exactly how you've addressed this pandemic. And just leave you an open question. What do we have to do to generate jobs? What do we need to do in the country to make progress? From Probogotá, I know you work in solidarity. We were able to collect money from many different places to increase intensive care units in different hospitals in the city of Bogota. It was a huge effort, but I see that all the time. So I'll start with Silvia. You're making that company grow, Terpel. We all know about that company. But regarding the peasant markets, and it was very clear, and that solidarity spirit, how can we help people to have income?
Gracias, Juan Carlos.
Thank you, Juan Carlos.
Pues definitivamente yo creo que este tema de la pandemia ha sido un reto para todos los empresarios. Yo creo que nos ha puesto unas dificultades por un lado, pero también nos ha puesto unos retos muy bonitos que
but also we have some beautiful challenges that have brought about new ways of thinking, that they have brought innovation, what you mentioned about the digitalization. So I think the first thing that I should highlight when this pandemic began was the speed with which we were able to have 75% of our people working from home. There is a part, obviously, that they can't work, people in service stations or people in factories. But from one moment to the other, when we thought about telework was a thing at 5 years, 10 years, it became, from one day to the other, it became the normal. So a lot of the decisions that we were holding,
cogieron una velocidad que a veces uno creía que no podía tener. Muchas decisiones, muchos procesos,
a lot of processes, a lot of projects that normally would imply
de comités y
a series of committees and decisions. We began to make swift decisions and to do things. But the most important thing is what you're asking. We needed to realize on the importance of businesses in society. A business is a family, because each person that works in the company is a family, and that family that is within the company, they receive a benefit. For us, the most important thing was to maintain employment. We maintain every job, even with those drops that we faced when the economy was literally paralyzed.
Todos los temas que hoy abordamos de
topics that we address today about inequality, solidarity, poverty, we can address them from the company. And everything we do from the company at the end of the day has to do with families and society. That's why the work that we do
de mantener el
of maintaining employment, of having gender equality, to be inclusive within the businesses, it helps not only in the pandemic, but also in terms of sustainability of an improved society with greater well-being. Well, it's great listening to you, because you motivate and how to preserve employment, how to innovate more to us to have new opportunities, but also how to have solidarity. And with respect to the market, peasant market is beautiful because we have lots of spaces our service stations, but they're always full. But at that time, they weren't full because we didn't have cars. So there was nobody going to and some man wrote in Twitter that he couldn't sell his products. And so in terms of solidarity, we paid for the food bank, we paid everything, all the fuel. The air patrol, it's being financed by Terpel.
respiradores para los
We also
hospitales.
donated respirators and ventilators for hospitals. But we saw a man that he couldn't sell his products, so given that we have all these service stations and today are just empty spaces, why don't we call the different mayor's offices and allow peasants to bring their products to these service stations? And we enabled many peasants that their crops were being thrown away because they weren't able to sell them. So we're now coming again into this new normal where we have those service stations that are full again with cars. But that was a great contribution at that time from the company to the environment and to their surrounding, to our neighbors. This is something beautiful, yes. Lucio, Enel, now you can talk to us about Enel, how you work with Codensa, the company that provides electric power to Colombia, to Bogota, and then we have Emesa that has some of these dams that they generate energy, electric power. One of the things that impressed me is seeing Enel driving investment project of green economy in the midst of the pandemic. Why don't you talk to us about where are you going? How are you working when you're thinking? Are you thinking about quality of life, climate change, and also making investments to generate employment so people make progress? Yes, we. Like Sylvia, we have had to work every day during the pandemic. We haven't been able to stop. And we've seen the evidence of electric power now that people are in their homes and they require connectivity, internet, and the electric power. So in our case, we have almost 16,000 people working, and most of these people have worked on a day-to-day. We haven't we have maintained the employment of all our people during this pandemic. The pandemic has also compelled us to accelerate things that we thought they would go slower. We had to make difficult decisions, but at the same time, we've been able to achieve and to continue maintaining the service that we were providing. Anecdotes, just to share a few, we have 33 offices. Those offices we closed, and in less than 2 weeks, we had to take all those people, we took them to their homes with and through the web page and through they were able to be serviced, and we serviced 30,000 requests on a daily basis from clients that were calling us during the pandemic. Of course, during the pandemic we had to solve many problems. People were not understanding how we could apply the discount, how they could access, but it compelled us as a company to generate that request to service 30,000 requests in a virtual manner. We had never thought about that. We were used to having people in our offices, and we had to do that. But the challenge was not only there, but the challenge was also that they had to pay us through electronic e-channels. So we had to increase all this opening of new accounts, opening through electronic media. And so digitalization, banking was really accelerated during this period, but at the same time were we having all these things in terms of servicing our clients and payment methods. On the other hand, we needed to maintain the electric power. Our crews had to go out every day. We had to service program the works that we have, and building a new substation, and building important things such as 4 yards that will host a series of electric chargers, so Bogota can have over 400 electric buses. So at the same time, we had to build all those yards so that Bogota would be able to service its buses and this new way of modality. And this goes hand in hand and linked with lower emissions for a city like Bogota and reduced particulate carbon emissions. And all this, it makes us come in to sort of enter these new cities that are friendly to the environment. And with respect to Bogota, but we've also continued working in building new air parks in La Guajira, for example, where we are building the first air park for centralized dispatch to the country, where we're going to connect a substation, and that will also enable Colombia to begin and to enter into a new dynamic to have a cleaner electric grid. And so that cleaner electric grid, we would like to connect that to the world of transport. So how to generate clean energy? Colombia will have a clean, always a clean energy based on hydroelectric resources or water resources, but it's all this potential, this 2,000 megawatts that we're building in La Guajira. At the end of the day, all that green energy, renewable energy, non-conventional energy, we will be able to take that energy to our clients. And proudly, we can only say until last year, Codensa was the greatest buyer of electric power. Codensa bought 30,000 gigabytes, 15 years in this bid to really render the service of green energy. So Codensa, to all people from Bogota, so Codensa has a huge base to buy clean energy. That's great to listen to this energy, future, clean energy, this is the type of messages that society needs today. But we as a country, we need to move forward so that families and people feel that there are opportunities. And now I would like to Roberto Moreno to give the floor to Roberto Moreno. He conducts a great effort with Amarillo. He leads the company. They're in the construction sector, and he was providing some information this week that this month, the month of October, they sold more social housing projects. You were talking about over 20,000 housing projects for property, and behind all that, those 20,000 houses, we have a huge chains, the iron, the chain, all the supply chain for all the products, in addition to millions of people that work in the construction of all these houses. Roberto, he's enthusiastic, and he's always looking for ideas to create optimism and to provide employment in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of the largest economic contraction. How have you been able to operate, maintaining employment, and even driving new projects?
Está sin volumen, Roberto. No sé si de pronto tiene.
I think your volume is off.
Estoy con... Ahí está perfecto.
Okay.
Listo.
A ver si me oyen.
Perfecto.
Bueno,
Can you hear me?
Juan Carlos y a Silvia.
Well, Juan Carlos, Silvia, Lucio, thank you for your invitation and the challenge that came to us in March when we began to see what was happening in China, and we thought it would never reach, and then it reached Europe, and then we realized that it was coming home. We began to think about how to care for our people. They are the heart of the organization, and to care for, and to keep the jobs and work with the national government. How can we send our teams to their homes, how to care for them, understand a little bit what was going on, and really support them. We are in 17 municipalities of Colombia. How we were able to reach vulnerable families that were not working, to be able to provide some food for them. We were able to distribute food for them hand in hand with the mayor's office of Cundinamarca and a series of allies, and also a program, a spectacular program that Juan Carlos began from Probogotá to strengthen the health infrastructure of Bogotá and the region, to be able to attend to the pandemic. We had to take care of ourselves. We need to strengthen, and we were sent home to strengthen really the hospitals and the entire city. We were supporting that as well, and with the people, sending them home, or collective holidays, the people that could not be able to work. A lot of them were able to work from their home, thanks to, well, we accelerated everything to be able to work remotely. We implemented, from 5 years, we've been working with Camacol, border information managing, which is an information system where architects, structural engineers, hydraulic engineers, and electric engineers, budgets, they all work in real time on the cloud, coordinating projects. So in the case of Amarillo, we have over 101 projects that are coordinated in this manner, everyone working from their homes. It's quite effective without any delays. And another thing that we've done is to sell real estate through digital media, through these tools. And we implemented a strategy home from home. So the families that had visited us, how we could be able to do that sort of, we have a workspace, and a family can visit the office. They go to their house, the husband or wife, the entire family can make an appointment, and they can visit it. They can do a 360-degree tour to see common areas of the building, and really to engage them with the trust to do the electronic transfer, to sign all the documents and the loans. So I think the progress that we've made is quite significant, especially for our sector and for the economy, working on these tools.
And this truly helped us a lot. And as Juan Carlos said, our sector had a B effect. Well, to give you figures, in February, we sold in Colombia 17,000 houses. We went down to 5,000 in April, and then in September and October were the two most successful months in sales. So this was truly housing, work, and recreation. And two will continue. Remote work and offices will not disappear, of course. That's where you build trust, teamwork, camaraderie, but there will be flexible schedules, and these tools will allow us to work remotely, travel less. And I think that this is very positive for all of our co-workers. So I see a very positive evolution of how we will work from here forward. So listening to you, Roberto, is very pleasing, because in the end what you're saying is that you became adapted to the reality that fell on us, and what you sought was to protect the work of people who had it by looking for different solutions. Secondly, you used the technology, everything that you're telling us about the new softwares, the new platforms, to be able to have people working remotely and integrating the work. It's amazing. And thirdly, of course, moving the machine, in the sense that whenever the opportunity comes up of producing and selling more, all efforts are done for consumers, customers, people, in the end, buy apartments or offices or commercial spaces, can see them and make their decisions. And I would like to highlight the part of solidarity that the Colombian businessmen have, and sometimes people don't realize this, and that is something that is very valuable. Whenever there's a crisis, an emergency, a problem, this is the moment where businessmen come out. Even if they don't have income, they give money for groceries to help others, for health, for hospitals. So this is a very important message, and I think that this needs to be underscored beyond the emotion and feeling with a lot of interest. Allow me to hand the floor now to Eduardo Pacheco. As I said, Eduardo is the president of Colpatria Group, which is one of the biggest groups in the country in the financial sector, in construction, in mining, and in the new economy and technology, just to remember some of the fields. But Eduardo is also the president of two board of directors, two very important ones. One of the Universidad de los Andes University, and I'm very aware of the big effort that they have done, he and his family, to make efforts so that education in other universities and in other segments reaches many, many people. That is key. And secondly, he chairs our board in Probogotá, promoting long-term policies, promoting the kind of conversation that we're having here today, how to have more employment and more reactivation. Allow me then to hand the floor to Eduardo and ask him, how have you felt during the pandemic? What decisions have you made so that the country doesn't shut down, but instead that this train continues and we continue becoming adapted to our reality? Juan Carlos, good evening. A special greeting to Roberto, Silvia, and Lucio. Well, this pandemic has made us all think. Of course, we have looked at protocols, and they are very strict protocols that our partners meet, and our people are doing okay, some better than others. But I think, well, and this is not only the pandemic, this actually came from way back. The company needs to find a new balance within society. Of course, we have the obligation of producing actively, but how is the environment? And I think this is more and more important. And I bring this, I table this thinking about the Colpatria building, a building of 5,000 people working there, and at this very moment only 300 people are working there. And the building has in the neighboring neighborhoods. One is the Santa Fe neighborhood, which is a neighborhood of prostitution. But then you see the people who would shine shoes and people who would sell on the street. And I'm concerned about those people. We companies cannot be distant from the environments in which we live. So we have made matching funds collections, and the money we have dedicated basically to giving to these people. We've been very close to Father Saldarriaga and the food bank, and there are places where there's a huge poverty, extreme poverty. And well, I think that this is an opportunity of giving back to the country what the country has given us. And I don't know how much time will pass because we go back to normal life. I don't know. If I think, for example, of the lady selling sweets, for me, she's an entrepreneur. And what is an entrepreneur? Is somebody who does something and faces the challenge with whatever she has. And there are different types of entrepreneurs. there's many experts here, your examples for the country, but entrepreneurship is at different levels. And that is what we need to defend, that freedom, that people can do whatever they want. I have always liked a perception of life. I don't like the state giving me anything. I don't need to ask anything from the state. What concerns me is that in these times, most Colombians were thinking about what can the state give me, as if the state had the obligation with each of us, and us having no obligation vis-a-vis the state. So I think that the pandemic has made us think and reflect upon this. We need to be aware of the fact that we are all, it's all us together. We're a very unequal society. And it's not only the state. We also need to contribute to those people. Well, Eduardo, what you're saying is a big reflection. The freedom of people lies in having an income, allowing them to make decisions. What is it that they want to eat? What is it that they want to do with the destiny of their children? How to support their education? How to dream with a house? How to dream with whatever we can each want? Some like sports, some culture, some arts, some others like decorating their homes. You know, we're all individuals with our own dreams and aspirations, and those aspirations are fulfilled to the extent that people have a source of income. And the source of income, of course, sometimes lies in the employment in big companies, but behind the employment of big companies, there's families, and behind the families, there's a consumption, because the mom-and-pop store or the cleaning lady who sells the sweets, as Eduardo was telling, or the person who sells lunches to the employees of a company depend one way or the other from the income of those employees. So when we talk about employment here, we're talking about fighting poverty. We're talking about allowing the freedom of each individual to grow based on the decisions they can make. Of course, we talk very practically about consumption and the possibility of each business to come about. That's why it's so important to talk about this effort of recovering those employments quickly back and taking advantage of the pandemic to think about better quality employment and employment of better income associated to education, to different opportunities, and maybe reflecting upon this. The reflection that Eduardo just made is a question that I would like to ask you, and that is, what can we do in the industries where you're at, or maybe in others, or in the country as a whole, to generate more employment? What should we be doing for that? Sylvia.
Gracias, Juan Carlos.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. I do agree with what Eduardo was saying, and it's what I mentioned at the beginning, and that is all those of us who receive a salary are one way or the other a business. Many people think of a business as if it was the big businesses. Well, a business is all. A business is the lady selling sweets that Eduardo was mentioning, and that is what we need to keep. And at this very moment, and into the future, at this very moment, we're talking very much about production chains and production chaining. I think it's very important that at this very moment in Bogota, we start seeing all the big entrepreneurs, big and small, and see how we can work together, so that there is a chain of inputs that we can buy from those companies that are around us, and that the companies have whom to sell their products to, from the field, from manufacturing, from the agrarian sector. I think that's a super important topic that I think we should do. Anticipating ourselves, as the President said this morning, anticipating at this very moment all the payments that should be done, for example, in salary, in fringe benefits for consumption to move faster, because it's a virtuous circle. so that companies can start producing more because they have a larger demand. And I believe that there is a topic, and I'm sorry for insisting so much on this, but I do believe that there is a topic in Colombia and the world that is very serious at this very moment, and it's women's unemployment. Women, the topic of women is a topic that hasn't been tackled with enough depth. I think that a project in which we seek that there is more feminine employment, that the same salaries are paid to women, that the credits are given to women. You look, many times, and I don't know if you know this, but I've heard of 1,000 research that show that women, 1 out of 10 women are told, we won't give you a credit because you're a woman, whereas men get their credit almost always when they have a project. Not the same thing with women. So there's lots of paradigms, many biases, unaware, and I think that the responsibility of us companies is to increase feminine employment. And I agree with Eduardo with the fact that we cannot expect for the government to do everything on our behalf and for us. I think there is a lot that we have to give and can give. The reduction of carbonization. I think 2 elements are coming towards us: digitization and the reduction of carbon. I think we need to train new and old generations in these topics. We need to promote new energy projects. Lucio was just mentioning all the wind energy projects. On Friday, we will inaugurate a new power plant, electric Transmilenio terminal, and we will be providing the electric power. I think this is a whole new world that will generate new employment, well-paid employment, employment where there can be sustainability in terms of economic reactivation. I would say that these are some of the things that we can do. Well, those are super good ideas, and to prove you right, in Bogota, the unemployment rate is 19.4%, which is 3 points above the country's rate. But when we look at women, it's almost close to 25%, and when we look at youth, it's almost 30%. So there are 2 segments in which we must do a big effort to give that segment of people not only hope, but the possibility of them having life solutions through their income. So I think I agree with you. We need to do focused policies. Lucio. Well, Juan Carlos, in our case, and continuing with the first part of mobility, if we look at what's happening in Bogota, it's not only electric buses. We have the metro, which is another big infrastructure project in which we're also working on with everything related to renewal of the networks and creation of substations to be able to feed the metro. We're also talking about Regio-Tran. We're working on that as well, and hopefully we can anticipate Regio-Tran of the North. So in terms of mobility, what I mean to say is that we're working a lot in Bogota, but what is being done in Bogota can be done in other cities in the world, in the country. In Medellin, they're talking about new metro line. So these big infrastructure projects related to electric mobility and improving the reduction of carbon footprint, I think that there are big opportunities not only in big cities, but also in smaller cities to promote these mobility or public transportation, electric public transportation systems. And as Silvia said, the chaining. In our case, where do you buy the transformer? Well, the transformers we buy from a company in Pereira, a very innovative company, and that company in Pereira generates local employment. And with that local employment, there is yet another chaining in the city of Pereira. So to the extent that we can buy all these input from cables, power cords, all this generates a productive chaining that in the end means better economic reactivation. So these big infrastructure projects and local procurement of inputs can be big opportunities in the future. And in our electric field, the sector, and thinking beyond, the electric sector has a differentiating aspect, and that is that we need to be planned. We need to clearly plan our next 4 or 5 years of work. And what I can tell you, Juan Carlos, is in the planning of the next 5 years, there are investments that represent over 1 trillion Colombian pesos per year, because we need to continue building networks, connecting more people. We need to connect more industries, and all this makes that the planning be a source of generation of employment. And together with new technologies, there's also new opportunities. For example, smart metering or electronic metering. Today, for example, the meters that people have in their homes are mechanical meters, but we can move forward in terms of metering, and that these are electronic meterings. In Europe, almost all customers have smart metering, which could mean a development of over 1 trillion Colombian pesos. So we would go into another phase, and the new phase would be that clients, in the end, the prosumer could be producer or consumer of energy. And we start incorporating in another battery of new projects, solar panels on your roofs in public buildings, for example, with the district administration, with the national government, how to use all these spaces to turn or transform the country with these exchanges in terms of power generation, where you can be producer and consumer, feeding and taking from the network, to be able to enable all this electronic metering. That is yet another big step that can occur. This I mentioned in the context. What I mean is that this is changing the way things were in the past. In the past, we had big power generation plans, and this is changing today in our sector, because in our sector, what is occurring today is that an operator such as Codensa is starting to see many signals within its area of operation. They have electric vehicles that consume, or batteries can inject energy. Power. They also have people who can be consumers or who can be injecting energy. We have batteries that can get connected to the network, and all this new way of operating the power sector can mean a lot of opportunities. So this is happening. This is starting to happen. We might see it a little distant, but this is happening at this very moment. So in terms of innovation, there's lots of opportunities. Well, it's very pleasing to hear Lucio in terms of that perspective of business opportunities, but both Silvia and Lucio, you mentioned something that motivates me and that I think is important. It's a message of buying locally, the message of supporting our environment, in line with what Eduardo is saying, because I do think that this generates a movement that sort of empowers all the levels of the economy. I think that's very important. Just like the perspective of hopefully there is more big public investment, because the private sector is clearly interested in investing. And I would like to ask Roberto the same question. What do we do to create more employment? I would like to ask you, in terms of construction, if the permits and the urban planning plans are easier, maybe you could find more national, international investments to develop more projects, and thus create an economic pull. How do you see this? Well, in the housing sector, what recovered, it recovered faster because that's one of the biggest ones that opened. Our employment, our sector employs lots of people, 800,000 of which are construction workers. We came from a recovery that started by the end of last year, so the year started very strongly. Then we stopped, as we said before, and as everyone said, the idea was to protect that employment and reactivate it quickly. But to be able to generate more, we looked together with Probogotá and we identified projects in the country to see how we expedited procedures, because we already identified 35 projects that can generate another 1.5 million employment. One is Lagos de Torque in Bogotá, 1,800 hectares in Bogotá, 130,000 houses. It's there. We need approval, and if all the permits that are pending, we have in a trust fund over 600 billion Colombian pesos, which could allow us to start working next year. And just like that, we have different projects in the country. And as you say, Juan Carlos, if we manage to work hand in hand with the public sector to make these projects start rolling, it would be very positive. Another sector that was very much affected was trade. In the case of Fontanar, the shopping malls here in Medellin, what we did was help the stores so that they didn't have to pay for the lease. And some are having this in October and November, September and October, better months than last year, because people need to go out. And I think that this is a message. They are long-term allies, and we need to see how we can all work hand in hand. In Colombia, as a society, every time we face a big challenge, we've had lots of crises, and we have had lots of times of difficulties with the drug trafficking and so many things that have affected us. That puts us all in line, and we join forces. And the message is, how do we join forces, not only as businessmen, but as Colombians, to get the ball rolling again, because this is a very privileged country, and I do feel that the message is, let's join forces to make this come about. Well, that is a wonderful message if we manage to join forces, and by this I mean the national government, the local government, the government of Bogotá, the governor's office of the different departments, and of course the small and medium and big businessmen. I think we can make this come about, and we can create a relevant impact. And there we have the figures that start showing that we can do it. I think that's an important message, Roberto. Eduardo, what do we do to create more employment? Have you thought about, well, this is something that you've thought about all your life, not only thinking, but creating more employment. What can we do to create more employment? I will answer you this question with my shirt of microeconomist. The only employment that we can create in the short term, where we need it most, that is people who are not as well prepared, is, as Roberto says, in the construction sector. Not only housing, as we've said here, housing has shown levels in low-income housing, the biggest in the country in a long time. So that is an employment that can happen very quickly. And in the world of construction, we have civil works and infrastructure. The plans of Bogotá that come from the mayor's office of Mayor Peñalosa and Claudia Lopez are worth 30 trillion Colombian pesos. If the city is serious and puts objectives and measures and controls things, we can generate a lot of employment there, which is what we need. So we have to be aware of the fact that things need to happen. There are long-term plans for the country, but this emergency requires changes in the rules and regulations. And I told the president this morning, I said, why don't you implement rules that you oblige yourself to answer in a certain period of time? We don't have that much time to wait. But as a microeconomist, infrastructure and housing, those two can pull in 24 hours.
con razón, sino con la
Not only
experiencia
do you
probada.
speak with reason, but
Porque yo
with
recuerdo
proven
la
experience.
gran
I
crisis que
remember
tuvimos a
that with the big
principios de este
crisis that
siglo,
we had at the beginning of this
también
century,
fue un
which
impacto
was
grave.
also a big impact.
Lo que movilizó al país fue
What moved the
toda esa cadena de
country
la construcción.
was
Y usted fue uno de
construction,
esos
and
protagonistas
you
que
were one of the key
ayudaron a crear
players who
muchos
helped
empleos y
create
que
lots of
tiene que ver con el
employment
crecimiento
and who have
y la
to
reducción
do
de
with
pobreza, que
growth
es muy
and
importante,
poverty
a
reduction,
partir
which is
precisamente
so
del empleo y del
important based on
ingreso,
employment and
que se
income.
dio en esos momentos.
And that's what happened at the
creo
beginning of
que
the century.
tenemos
I
que
believe
terminar, entonces
that
yo le
we
voy a
need to
poner a cada uno de
close,
ustedes
so I'm going
un reto.
to challenge
Es
each of you with
Un
this.
mensaje de un minuto.
Give
Ustedes
us
son líderes.
a 1-minute message because
Son
you
verdaderos
are
líderes
leaders,
en sus
true
empresas,
leaders
son verdaderos líderes en
in
sus entornos.
your companies,
Para
in
ser
your
francos, son
environments,
verdaderos líderes
and
en Colombia.
in the
Cuando
country.
ustedes hablan, la
When
gente
you
escucha.
speak, people
Tiene la perspectiva de que de
listen.
una u otra manera
People know that
su visión
one way or the other,
alineada
your
con sus
vision
decisiones
aligned with
transforma
your
vidas,
decision
contribuye
transforms
al avance
lives
del país.
and contributes
Tal vez lo que
to the
necesitamos en
progress
este
of the
momento,
country. And maybe that's
que la
what
gente
exactly what
sepa
we
y
need at this
sienta
very moment, that
que
people
esto no
feel
es
and know
de mensajes de
that this is
populismo,
not about
de
populistic
aprovecharse de la
messages, about
circunstancia
taking
y del dolor
advantage
del
of the
momento para venderle a
circumstance
la
and the
gente
pain of the moment
humo,
to sell
ilusiones o cosas que no
illusions
son ciertas.
and smoke
Porque el método está probado, es
things
con
that are
trabajo,
not true. If the
es con
method is
esfuerzo,
proven,
pero al
it's with
final
work,
con hechos
with effort,
concretos,
but with concrete
empleos.
facts, employment.
Un minuto para cada uno.
1
Silvia.
minute for each of you. Silvia.
Qué pregunta más difícil.
That's a difficult question.
Haz un mensaje. Más que una
No,
pregunta, un
more than a
mensaje.
question is a message.
Mire,
Bueno, Juan Carlos, yo
Well,
les diría
Juan
a
Carlos,
todos,
I would tell everyone,
creamos en este gran
let's
país.
believe in this wonderful
Creamos
country.
que podemos
Let's
salir
believe
adelante.
that we can
Creo
move
que en la
out of
pandemia
this.
lo
I
hemos
think
hecho
that we have
bastante
done
bien,
it quite
mucho mejor que
good,
muchos
quite well in the
países.
during the pandemic, better than many other
Trabajemos, dejemos
countries.
de preocuparnos
Let's
y más
work.
bien
Let's
ocupémonos
stop worrying.
y
Let's
hagámoslo
stop
juntos.
becoming
Por
doing.
favor,
Let's start
no
doing things and
sigamos
let's
en
do
un
it
mundo
together. We
polarizado.
cannot continue in a
Busquemos
polarized
trabajar con
world.
solidaridad
Let's work
y
with
busquemos
solidarity
trabajar
and let's work
complementando
complementing
lo que podemos
what
hacer
we
cada
can
uno
do,
con mucho
each of us
énfasis en lo
individually,
local.
with a lot of emphasis on local things. Wonderful, wonderful message. Thank you, Silvia. Lucio, what's your message? My message is a message of confidence, of believing that all the opportunities that we have will become materialized. There's lots of opportunities. Let's not believe in the lack of trust. When you start believing that things will turn out wrong, you end up believing in that and you end up creating that reality, despite the fact that the pandemic made us reflect upon many things. The message is that a message of confidence. The projects are there. We have the willingness. The government, the businessmen are willing to make these projects move about, and I think that all together we will do it. Great message. Thank you very much. A message of confidence and trust. Roberto.
Yo creo que en la pandemia veníamos
I think that in the pandemic we had been working as a train, and now the train stopped. And when you're stopped, you need to reflect upon things. And being at home with the family, you reflect upon what's important. And as Silvia and Lucio mentioned, I think that trust is important and believing is important. And as Colombians, as I said before, we always take the best out of ourselves when we're at the edge of the cliff. And this not only happened to Colombia, this happened to the world as a whole, and is a big challenge. Silvia and Lucio said, let's forget polarities, let's unite forces, and let's work together. In Colombia, we have big corporations and big businessmen, but what makes the country is a whole bunch of micro and SMEs that need to be supported and helped and continue believing in this country. I think that that is where our strength lies. I think that we need to continue moving forward, continue dreaming, and know that we're capable. That's a good message, Roberto, and it's true. We're capable of that. We can do it. Yes, we can, because we've shown that we are capable, that yes, we can. Eduardo, what is your closing remark for this conference? Juan Carlos, yes, companies need to have budgets, figures. I don't know, maybe it's a question of my age and the passing of time, but there are things that are more important. You have to be a good father, a good son, a good citizen. In the end, those things add up more than production and figures. We have become a society so divided. To me, it's difficult to understand that we're in a pandemic without a job, and some sectors invite to demonstrations and to breaking the city. That is something that we truly have to fight against, because this affects the most needy. And that is something that we need to shift. We need to change. In the end, my message is a message of solidarity, and solidarity has not changed. And that we wear a mask, we can wear a mask, we can keep a distance and wash our hands, and keep our solidarity. Great message, Eduardo, thank you. We have to be solidary, and by being solidary, we need to understand that this is a pandemic. We need to move out of it with what we have been told. Let's protect ourselves, and thus we will protect others. This has been a wonderful opportunity for us, and those of you who are watching us, and you will see us later, that's a wonder of technology today. This conference will be recorded. Everything that the great international experts and great national experts said, authorities, businessmen, all that will remain for us to learn, reflect, and discuss about this. For us at Probogota, it's a great, great honor. I would like to reiterate the message that was the main hashtag of this event. Together for reactivation. Together, and I want to highlight together and put it in bold and capital letters, together. Everyone is entitled to think whatever they believe, to put their interests on the table. First, let's respect each other. We can respect each other. With respect, we can see what the common good is, what is good for all of us as society, as a whole, and let's get united around this. One topic today is employment, the income of households, the reduction of poverty, that fight against the difficulties that we all have. Let's join efforts based on that, and I am sure that things will be great. I want to finish this conference by thanking all of you who participated, the President of the Republic, great business leaders, some experts, worldwide experts, super experts, national experts, all of us thinking about how to move forward. I would like to thank you each, and very especially, I would like to thank our team, the team of Probogota. Without you, this meeting, this conference, these conversations would not have been possible. It has been hours, days, weeks of work. Thank you so much for your commitment to each of you. And the production team, I am so impressed. Technology has allowed us to do such a huge production, and no one imagines that behind this there's cameramen, technicians, engineers, people in charge of the translation, leaders of production. To each of you, thank you very much for having these spaces. And well, this is the end of our conference 2020. Let's get ready for the conference 2021 and whatever we can do, because in Probogota we will continue working, thinking of the common good, thinking in the long term, and thinking about having the best public policies that make the Bogota region, and therefore Colombia as a whole, progress, move forward, and are better. Thank you very much.